No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Gregory Coleman, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, my man. Before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boyka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm listening to the intro here and I'm laughing, but welcome to the Thursday edition of The Closing Argument. Your best and your brightest were assembled here to discuss policies, current events, and issues that are of importance to you. Yes, it is true that some of these issues and these topics, you may agree with some, you will disagree with some, we will all agree on, and some we will disagree on individually. But let me make this clear. Opinions expressed on this platform from our splendid, well-qualified panelists, while the issue may be genuine and legit, their opinions are of their own and do not necessarily represent the opinion and policy of the closing argument. The topics we discuss here definitely will be legit. They will be sourced, well sourced. And you can fact check us. While our opinions may vary, the topics are legit. I was depending on you to share this show on your personal pages, other platforms you belong to, or the chat rooms. Let's discuss. Send me your comments in the comment section, like Mr. Martin Willie have done, as always, all the way from South Korea. But let's discuss issues that are affecting our nation, our people, the voiceless. So if you are joining me by way of Care Radio, Truth FM 96.1 or Hot FM, we say welcome to the show. If you are watching me by way of YouTube, let me know. If our YouTube channel is still giving you problem, let us know. But Liberia is a very interesting country. Those that consider themselves devils, at times we want to flip and become angels overnight, forgetting to know that we knew them to be devils. And some that were angels on the other side have now flipped the other way. Like one politician told me, he says, I have been in this advocacy thing since I was 17. I am in my late 50s now. So I might as well just join the party and survive. You are in a nation where it is a winner takes all. You have no choice. There is no private sector, no alternative to working in government. The concessions and the government are all intertwined. For you to get a job in the private sector, you have to know somebody in government, and government has to recommend you. Your credential means absolutely nothing. This is the Republic of Liberia. We've been this, I guess this is an experiment that began in 1822. And we are still experimenting. I would want to know what model of politics or governance or a republic that has been used in Liberia since 1822. The objective of a model is to reach some kind of reality, to reach a climax or a semblance of a climax. A model is just something that is on the drawing board. Which model is Liberia? We have our law and order that is a model. so badly engineered that your faith is like the sports folks would say, you keep moving the goalpost. You start a game and you score. And when it's my time to score, you move the goalpost. If you are a government official, your goalpost is bigger. You can score from anywhere. If you are Yakpawolo or Gamoyu, your goalpost is so small that no matter what you do, you can't score. So the big shot will score 10 before you even get to score 1. That's how the system is skewed. How do we dispense justice in Liberia? If you are a rapist in the Republic of Liberia, how are you handled? And if you are a government official, top of the food chain, and you rape or allegedly rape, how are you handled? The judicial system in the Republic of Liberia say certain cases are political, so they are not judicial in nature. So the due process of law does not apply to you. That means they make the law as they go. Have we internalized failure? Our panelists will be here to discuss what all this means to us. What's about every president that gets into power comes to the diaspora and says, come home with your expertise. Bring and come and contribute your quota to the nation building. And then you show up with your credential and they tell you, we don't do it the way you do it, man. We have our own way of doing it. You just don't fit our mold. My man, you come from somewhere, we do it on the ground here different. You don't know what we do here. Eh? Now you're plenty of book you're talking there, you will see how far you go. And if you don't belong to that tribe, I'm not talking about the physical tribe, as we say, Basa Pele. It's a tribe. It's a subculture within a culture. If you are not in that clique, you can be the best of the best. You will be undermined. You will be belittled. They will frustrate you until you leave. Because that's not how they do things in the Republic of Liberia. So who are we? In the Committee of Nations, are we a country? Are we a nation? Or are we playing play government? Where we read the best speeches. You have a budget of $700 million, but you pledge $8 billion to the upliftment of women. You say within the year 2030, Liberia will be self-sufficient in food. Vision 2030. But when you look at the agricultural budget, and you look at the legislative budget, you look at judicial budget, the American man will say the guys in the legislature, they are eating well. And the entire Ministry of Agriculture that's supposed to be eating and feeding us is hungry. You look at the Liberia judiciary. Look what they get paid handsomely. I got some unofficial pay grades for the judiciary. Not bad for a poor nation like Liberia. They're doing very well. This is the Liberia that have been bequeathed to you. Now, what are we doing? Well, Jack Klein, right when he told me this generation will die out and your generation will die out. And hopefully your children born in the diaspora will come and do much better than you have done for the past 200 years. Then you juxtapose that to the chairman of the Unity Party that says he is going to run the country, his party is going to run the country for the next 200 years. Irrespective of productivity, irrespective of the economic situation on the ground, it doesn't matter to him. He didn't give us any reason why he and his government would be, his party would be in power for 200 years. Let's get to the local news. The Liberian Investigator front page is saying the court cleared CDC for the groundbreaking ceremony amid land dispute. So that case is being put to rest. CDC is set to break ground. We're going to discuss that when our panelist appear. Few days ago, members of the Unity Party and supporters of the government were on this platform and several platforms hailing that the Republic of Liberia now has power 24/7, 24/7, 24-hour service, 24-hour light. But today, the lawmakers endure power outage during House session. Chair shows continuity. The photograph here shows total darkness in the chamber. They had the doors open, and lawmakers turned their phone batteries on, their flashlights. It says the proceedings at the House of Representatives were briefly interrupted on Thursday after a power outage plunged the legislative chamber into darkness for over 30 minutes. Despite the disruption, lawmakers pressed on with their deliberation using natural lights and mobile phone to continue their session. House Chair on Rules ordered the administration, James Collins, swiftly responded to the incident, stepping out of session to coordinate with the maintenance team to restore power through the House's backup generator. And then he said, even in the chambers in the United States, current can go. So west of Liberia, that's his justification and his rationale. This is what we are talking about. Liberia, whenever we have issues, instead of addressing it head on, you say, well, it happens in the United States. I don't know. When was the last time the U.S. Chamber went into darkness? We're going to discuss that. President Boyka vetoes bills for establishment of 9 townships, 2 new districts. Thank you, President Boyka, for a government that has a bloated budget to add all the townships and commissions and districts. It just doesn't make sense. President Joseph Yuma Boyka, according to Front Page Africa, had dealt the legislature a major setback by rejecting 11 bills seeking his approval for creation of new townships, districts across Nimba and Lofa counties. In a communication to the House of Representatives, President Joseph Yuma Boyka cited administrative and statutory deficiencies as the basis for his veto, saying the bill failed to meet the legal standard outlined in the Local Government Act of 2018. We will discuss. Thank you, President Boyka. Finally, thank you. If you have approved these bills, 11 of them, now you have to find money to pay and staff all of these townships and districts, you name it. Liberia, stranded migrants in Niger plead for help after deportation from Algeria. Monrovia, over 30 Liberian migrants deported from Algeria are crying out for urgent intervention from the Liberian government as they remain stranded in dire condition at a transit camp in northern Niger. The group currently housed under the care of the International Organization for Migration, IOM, in the desert town of Azamaka, says they have abandoned and left them to suffer in silence. One of the migrants, George Dolo, shared the harrowing ordeal in a letter to Front Page Africa, appealing for national attention and the swift repatriation process. We are not criminals. We are Liberian sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, who simply wanted a better life. Now all we ask is to be brought back home. Dolo wrote to the Republic of Liberia, CC copy Front Page Africa. They have gone out to look for a greener pasture. And it looks like it's not working out. Instead of green pasture, they are in the desert, 120 degrees. Wyatt examiner sentenced to 1 year in prison for Wise leak scandal. The Monrovia Magisterial Court has sentenced Augustine SCC, a former examination officer of West Africa Examination Council, to 1 year in prison for his role in the 2024 West African Senior School Certificate Examination mathematics paper leaked. In the landmark ruling delivered by Associate Magistrate Lasini Kamara at the Temple of Justice, CC was found guilty of criminal conspiracy, misapplication of entrusted property, and theft. Can you imagine stealing the national exam and passing it out for fees? Ex-President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf says corruption remains a serious problem, cites disregard for anti-graft law. We're going to discuss, is the madam, does she have a moral standing, some say, to question corruption in the Republic? Liberia former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has expressed deep concern over the persistent wave of corruption within the country's public sector, saying the problem remains one of the most serious challenges confronting national development in the nation. Speaking on the program Changing Mind, Changing Attitude air on Liberia National Television, LNTV, and the Liberian Broadcasting System, LBS, Madam Sally lamented that despite the existence of several anti-corruption laws enacted during her administration, many of them are not being respected or implemented. The laws are not being respected, Madam Sally asserted. For instance, the law that establishes the County Development Fund was intended to decentralize financial support, but that law has not been fully implemented. That's the president's view. We're going to discuss Liberia and morality, the Republic of Liberia. A married woman denies her husband's accusation that her pastor had impregnated her claim, says the child belongs to the husband. Jesus Christ. According to the IG, there is no DNA machine in the country, so I guess the husband is stuck. A married woman at the center of a scandal involving Pastor Jenkins Johnson of the Mo Change of Ministry Church has told the Criminal Code A that her newborn baby belonged to her husband, not the pastor accused of impregnating her. Appearing before the Temple of Justice in Monrovia on the 14th of October 2025, Musu G. Quay testified that she and her husband, Michael Quay, reconciled after a misunderstanding and were intimate at a motel called Think About Yourself on the Japanese highway. Think About Yourself. That's the name of the hotel. If you go to that hotel, you're going to get pregnant, according to this woman. She said the baby was conceived during that encounter, not through any relationship with her pastor. Background to the case, Pastor Jenkins Johnson, General Overseers of the Modern Change Ministry Church, was detained for days at the Monrovia Central Prison on charges of kidnapping and criminal conspiracy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Mrs. Quay told the court that she has sought spiritual healing from Pastor Johnson after suffering from fainting spells. So if you suffer from epilepsy or you get fainting spell, you need to go find Pastor Johnson. Or when you leave from there, don't call us. Oh, Lord, Liberia. You know, we discussed times are hard in the Republic, and once in a while, you just need to laugh. Get it out of your system. You're going a whole week. Hard time. So you come across some of these stories, and they're just unbelievable. So much so that it became comical. I may even nominate this story as the story of the week. Pastor Johnson, he heals people with spells. So whatever your spell is, you go to him and he heals you. Whatever happens, don't go to Think About Yourself hotel. Go straight home. I like the name of that hotel. Think About Yourself. That's the name of that hotel. Think About Yourself. And it's located on the Japanese highway. If our reporters are on the ground, we are giving them free advertisement. Go there and collect some money for us. Think About Yourself. That's the name of that hotel. Think About Yourself.
Mr. Kevin, I'm just coming in. What are you discussing about?
Don't go to the Japanese highway. It's all right. On the international level, we say at least 3 dead after Kenya police opened fire to disperse mourner of ex-Prime Minister Raila Odinga's funeral. At least 3 people have been killed in Kenya after police fired gunshots and tear gas in a stadium where crowds of mourners had gathered to see the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Permanent right group Vocal Africa told BBC that 3 bodies of those killed in the chaos have been taken to the city's main mortuary. Local media have reported that a 4th person has also died. And the officers sought to disperse the surging crowd. Same thing happened at the airport, and the airport security was breached. Speaker Cohn warns lawmakers against violating basic law. He says he will catalog ups and downs of the second quarter. But whatever that downs or the ups are, no one should discuss that outside of the chamber. On the official opening day of the 3rd quarter of the second section of the 54th legislature on Friday, Speaker Namwe Cohn did not mince his words in reminding members of the House to always remain respectful and respecter of laws. People will be laughing. Can you imagine Richard Cohn, the regime speaker, is saying that they all should be respecters of law? We will discuss. Also on the international scene, convicted ex-president Kabila rallies opposition to save DR Congo from crisis. Former Congolese President Joseph Kabila has announced a movement to quote-unquote save his country after a meeting with other opposition leaders in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. This is someone making a comeback. Which countries have qualified for the 2026 World Cup? The list is out. And we are going to go categorically and go down the list and see who's in and who's out. But I definitely want to go to the African section and say, from Africa, we have on the top Morocco, previous World Cup appearance 6, best performing 4th place in 2022, head coach Wally Rugagwa. Number 2 on the list is Tunisia, previous World Cup appearances 6, best performance, group stage in 1978, 1998, 2002, 2006, 2018, and 2022. Wow, Tunisia have been a powerhouse. Number 3 on the list is Egypt. Previous World Cup appearances 3 times. Best performance, round of 16 in 1934, and group stage in 1990 and 2018. Next on the list is Algeria. Previous World Cup appearances 4. Best performance, round of 16, 2014. Next is the Black Stars of Ghana. Previous World Cup appearances 4. Best performance, quarterfinals in 2010. Head coach, Audu Adu. With the exception of 2018, Ghana have now qualified for World Cup from 2006 onward. Their best showing in 2010 saw them agonizingly knocked out by Uruguay in the last 8 after a penalty shootout, which followed Luis Suarez's goal line handball. The youngest team in the World Cup, Cape Verde, previous World Cup appearances, 0. Best performances, not applicable. The head coach, Bubasta. Cape Verde became the 3rd debutant to qualify for the 2026 World Cup, following a victory over Eswatini on October 13, 2025. A country of 350,000. They saw off Cameroon, the first African side to reach the World Cup quarterfinals in 1990 to claim top spot in their group. They beat the mighty Cameroon. The country is the smallest by area to ever qualify for the World Cup. And on the list is South Africa, previous World Cup appearances 3, best performance, group stage in 1998, 2002, and 2010. Head coach Hugo Barros. South Africa came through a group containing Rwanda, Benin, Nigeria, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, and will play at their first World Cup since hosting the tournament in 2010. Last month, they were deducted 3 points for fielding an ineligible player against Lesotho in March 2025, but managed to get over the line on the final day by beating Rwanda, while Benin lost to Nigeria. South Africa will be looking to reach the knockout stage for the first time in their history. This is the World Cup. This is, if Tommy Lee Joe comes on, he's an avid fan of the sport. Soccer is his team. He loves the sport. Unfortunately, the Lone Stars, the Liberian Lone Star, did not make it. We are hoping sooner than later in our lifetime, the Lone Star will be on this list to make the World Cup and make the Republic of Liberia proud. We like what we are doing now. We like the stage that we are on. We like what we are seeing. We pray that it continues, that the young men and women fly the Liberian flag proudly. The Republic of Liberia, we belong. We belong on the world stage. With the great work that the LFA president is doing, with the rising of the county meet, young brilliant ballers going across the world to play in different leagues at different levels. Hopefully we can get 22 out of those to represent the Republic of Liberia. We need to have our flag flown just as they do in the Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Ghana, Nigeria. I think we belong. Those are the headlines. I pray, my friends. Last week, I was here praying and praising a young man by the name of Daniel Osano. I have not followed him since because I've been praying that he doesn't relapse. But today I saw a news conference and Honorable Snow took to the podium when he said the Ministry of Information have been denigrated. The standard have been so low-rated, where men and women take the podium and rain insults on fellow Liberians. I caught the very end of that. I'm praying that my own friend Daniel Sano has not lapsed or relapsed. We talk about this in the criminal justice center. We say recidivism. People who go in and out, in and out, in and out of the system. Daniel Sano, do not embarrass me. Don't make me shame. Hopefully you have not relapsed. I hope the long speech made by Senator Snowe were not referring to you. If any of you have seen the press conference from the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, if you have followed Daniel Sano on my behalf, please let me know whether he has relapsed. I want to believe that Daniel Sano is a man of his word. He's a student. He's a quick learner. He is not a flip-flopper. He means what he says, and he says what he means. He said that those words that he used on other political leaders were not meant literally. He was figuratively speaking. And that he's a student of philosophy. He did not mean to insult. And we took him for his word. We took him on his word that he is a man who is, I refer to, a diamond in the rough. He will grow into the job. He will be polished. He will be what the French people call a little more suave. But according to Snowe today, it looks like the ministry has crossed the line again. And we pray that our friend and brother, Daniel Sano, is not who he's talking about. Daniel Sano cannot come here, promise us, and then go back home and do the same thing. Then maybe he needs to see a psychiatrist. He needs help. As a young man who is learning on the job, 2 years in, he wanted to apologize to the ANC that he did not mean to insult the leader of the ANC. Instead, he was making references to his past performances. That was Daniel Sano. So if you have followed Daniel Sano this week, let me know, how did he do? We are going to go to our studio and see what's happening there. On the ground, there are several news that may be coming up that we may not have captured during press time. So my end, if you are ready, come and inform us what's going on the ground in the Republic of Liberia. In the meantime, while our news crew is getting ready, let's look at our PPCC chief. Let's talk briefly about the yellow machine and his trips. Let's see what the PPCC boss is all about. Liberia procurement chief Borgia Scott Johnson is facing mounting scrutiny after a meeting at the Ministry of Information press briefing last Thursday, exactly a week today, that he joined Vice President Jeremiah Cohen's delegation to China only to observe companies linked to the government ongoing plan to buy 285 earth-moving machines. Johnson insists his participation was lawful and strictly observational, quote unquote. Procurement experts and the review of Liberia PPCC Act suggest otherwise. They say his presence on the delegation undermines the independence of the very regulatory body he leads and may breach both the letter and the spirit of the procurement law. We weren't there to make decisions on who wins the bid and who didn't, Johnson says. He told reporters at the MCAT regular news briefing, to maintain integrity and transparency, we serve as invited observers. We had no voting rights. He added that President Joseph Yuma Boyka has set up a special committee chaired by his vice president to oversee the procurement process, and that the PPCC's involvement was merely to provide technical advice as part of the committee due diligence, he says. Conflicted role, they say here. But Johnson's own agency had earlier confirmed to the Liberian investigator that the procurement process for the machine, popularly called yellow machines, was already underway, and that the PPCC had approved the Ministry of Public Works procurement plan under the restricted bidding period. In June, when the Liberian investigator posed written questions to the PPCC, the commission responded that the Ministry of Procurement plan was approved using the restricted bidding method consistent with Section 50 and 51 of the PPCA. The response further noted that the PPCC's role was to ensure strict adherence to the Act and achieve transparency, accountability, fairness, and best value for money. Asked at the time whether Johnson's presence at the vice president delegation to China created a conflict of interest, the PPCC replied, there is absolutely no conflict of interest as it is being perceived, citing Section 5A and 5K of the Act, which empower the Commission to monitor procurement compliance and advise the government on best practice. Law and independent Liberia procurement law draws clear lines between those who conduct procurement and those who review them. The Ministry of Public Works, as the procuring entity in this case, is responsible for initiating the process, inviting bids, and evaluating the proposals. The PPCC's role by law comes later to independently review and approve or reject the ministry's recommendations. Section 11 of the PPCA grants the Commission power to obtain information as part of its review, but not to accompany or assist in evaluation. Section 31 prohibits interference before a procurement is completed, while Section 5A and 5K confine the Commission role to policy oversight and compliance monitoring, not real-time participation as seen in the trip to China. The PPCC cannot be part of a procurement entity's evaluation process, nor can it take part in any due diligence visit while the process is ongoing. The procurement expert further told the Liberian investigator that's a fundamental breach of independence. The expert described Johnson's defense as a misreading of the law, saying the act's references to monitoring and advisement apply to system-wide improvement, not specific procurement in motion. The China trip. The controversy stemmed from a government visit to several heavy equipment manufacturers in China in June. Johnson traveled alongside Vice President Kong, Public Works Minister Roland Giddens, and other senior officials. The trip was described as a fact-finding or technical verification mission related to the government's plan to purchase 285 machines, road building machines for nationwide infrastructure projects. Procurement expert questioned why the PPCC's boss, who is the final reviewer of any procurement request, would join a delegation inspecting vendors whose products are the very subject of a pending tender. At a point, the PPCC may approve, reject, or request re-evaluation contract about $250,000 must then be endorsed by the Finance Ministry and attested by the Justice Minister. Johnson's participation on the China trip before these steps were completed could suggest an overlap, a role the law was specifically designed to prevent. What at stake? The Yellow Machine deal, valued at an estimated $22 million, has already attracted controversy. Reports have linked several companies to the tender, including Liberia-owned ABK Corporation, Chinese manufacturer Shantai Evergreen, and South Africa Guma Group. Government officials have not publicly confirmed which firm was selected or how funding was arranged. Johnson's assertion that the process went on successfully and was not a sole source deal have done little to calm the suspicion. Critics argue that without disclosure of bid ranking, timelines, and evaluation report, the public cannot be assured that the process met legal standards. The optics of the PPCC top regulatory tour factories with procurement decision-making have only deepened public doubt. Even if it didn't sign anything, the perception of buyers is damaging enough, said a procurement official. Procurement depends on trust, and that trust has been shaken. Meanwhile, citing inconsistencies and possible violation of procurement law, ABK Incorporated has formally challenged the Ministry of Public Works' decision to reject its bid to apply or supply the earth-moving machine and utility trucks, arguing that the ruling contradicts both the Public Procurement and Concession Act and the ministry's own rating findings. Let me welcome Honorable Nangbe. Nangbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to be here. I've been in the back a little while. I was on ever since you started talking about the Deputy Minister Sando.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been waiting. Anyway, I had to signal Monrovia to bring me on, but it's good to be with you. Thank you for all that you do, my brother. I mean, you come on here almost an hour or so, keeping the place warm and alive. So it's good to be here with you. I think there are others who are trying to come in. But let me also welcome our audience. Thanks for joining us. It's an honor to have you with us. Don't forget to share the show. Let's have fun. So thank you for all the training pieces of information, headlines. But I was hoping the senator was going to come back here. Great show yesterday. You did wonderfully. You did great yesterday. And then, of course, we ended up by bringing some of our stuff from in the back up front. But anyway, we'll try to find a way to deal with that. But I was hoping the minister would come back here because Siddiqui brought up some issues that I don't think he addressed properly. I also brought up some issues. He continued to insist that prices, are coming down, and we were telling him that, quite to the contrary, the prices are not coming down. He talked about the price of rice in particular, and he did tell me he will come back here to this specifically for that. So I hope he's listening, and I hope he will come on so that we can talk about the price of rice, because I had to make some calls to Monrovia, and what I was saying is quite true. The government, I think back in June, tried to reduce the price. When it came in, the rice was around $13.50 to $14. And then eventually, it crept up to almost $17. But they brought it down from $6.75 to $14. But right now, the rice is around $22.50. And that's what I was trying to tell him. But I believe he had other information. So, Mr.
Not to cut you off, I knew he was going down a rabbit hole, and I told him to just leave that alone. And he was smart enough to leave it because you guys have, this is Halloween month, right? Everybody, you guys have your knife ready to carve.
Everybody came out dressed in the costume.
I kept telling him, don't go there.
I asked you, for instance, how will he grade his government from, I wanted to say, 1 to 10, but we're used to the letter grades, A, B, C, D, and F. Of course, he also dodged that. He didn't get it good. But he did. Honestly, I was impressed by what he has done. I was unaware of some of the stuff that he did. He talked about the National Food Assistance Authority. I'm aware of that because I work for the National Readjustment. So I was kind of in the relief community when I worked for the government of Liberia during Amos Sawyer's time. So he talked about how that was always expiring every 12 months. And he had to, to make it,
permanent.
To make it statutory. And I appreciated that. Also, his work with the dual citizenship bill, I thought that was also laudable, and then there were other work. I wrote it down somewhere. Something else he did, I forgot. But
he did the amendment to the Code of Conduct.
Exactly, the Code of Conduct.
So he passed that.
And then he talked about the court, A, Criminal Code A, and D, that was set up to deal with armed robbery.
That's correct.
Yes.
The Code of Conduct came down to a year before election. If you work for the government, you have to resign.
Yes.
They were asking for 2 years, all that, and he said, you know what, it's just not fair. I want to run at least 1 year before then, But you can't just appoint the guy because he wants to that. So I think that was a good compromise from 3 or 2 years to 1 year.
Exactly.
And the bill to amend the statute of limitations.
Yeah.
From 5 to 15 years.
15 years
before the House. And it's before the House now for concurrence, and that would make sense. Most people who are tempted to be corrupt may not want to sign on to this.
Of course.
Because
and this is what we tell our government officials, Jerome. If you don't come to the press and talk to the people, they'll never know some of the stuff you do. I was really under the impression that Dylan was just in there and taking pay, but I was impressed by how much work he's done, and it gave me really a different perspective on his, on his tenure at the legislature. Even though I have questions about, his involvement with his rescue government, even though he did say, and I agree with him, he was in the Supreme Court. That I agree with him because he was heavily quoted in the press. After the ruling by the Supreme Court to clarify the bill of information, he was on record. I think it was he and somebody else, I forget. But he was on record to say, as far as you're concerned, Speaker Kofa was the speaker according to the Supreme Court of Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
But then he said, he was, his whatever action he was contemplating was preempted, because Kofa, the speaker, resigned while they were still on recess. And so I got to give that to him. I think he's right. There are times he has broken ranks with this government, but I really do believe that he's a very powerful rescue senator. I mean, imagine Monday when we were waiting for him here, he was sitting with the president. So he sees the president whenever he wishes, and I think it could be a little bit more forceful. Although I understand he's a legislator, but he does hold sway. He has a lot of influence, with the president. A lot of influence with the president, the president of the Senate, pro tem. So I think he has a lot of influence. I'm not sure if he's not leaving some change on the table as to how much power that this senator has and how much he could influence a lot of good beyond what he's doing now. So, but I was happy he came on yesterday, and he plans to come on more regularly.
Yep. He also touched on he sponsored the dual citizen bill that passed the House and the Senate.
Right.
He also, number 5, he has submitted LPRC.
LPRC, yes.
To be statutory,
yes.
As to where they are. He also submitted Criminal Code D, the armed robbery and drugs. So Criminal Code D should not just be concentrating on just that the armed robbery, that he wants to add the drug to make sure that these people get adjudicated faster.
Yes.
So those were some of the stuff that he talked about. So I did take notes.
I can see you had your notes.
Yeah.
I wish he had taken in also. There are some who argue now that the war and economic crimes code should be broken up. Yes, so that the LACC, I think, can prosecute some of these economic crimes faster than because, like you rightly said, sometimes there is a backlog of cases that have to take precedent over, take priority over other cases, and in the process, these high profile cases, some of them the language, on the docket. So I wish, there's someone one person can do. I understand, but yeah, I disagree with him on his interpretation of what the LPRC is doing to Shrimex and Musa Bility. Yes, I support the CMC and Musa Bility politically of the CMC, but I think my point I was making was apolitical. I don't believe the LPRC, and he said it here. LPRC just is article of incorporation. I have to look at. He said they have the right to impose, fines. He didn't call it tariff, but the LPRC is calling it fine. But those are tariffs. They don't have the right to do that. It is the legislature, but that's how he looked at it. And I didn't, I didn't want to, take up too much time from our other colleagues. But other than that, I think his performance was very good. I appreciated the fact that he came here to talk to us about what he does in the Senate and some of the stuff he intends to do as well. And I want to wish him all the best. But he did dodge some of the questions. Of course, I know. Come on, I know he was railing. He won.
But what got to me is he wasn't grilling when at the beginning was the last 5 minutes for the man to leave before he blew his top.
Exactly.
But the senator felt comfortable. We were consistent, but we were fair.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's our responsibility. That when the guests come, you can ask all your questions, but you have to be fair. You got to be consistent. You can't.
Yes.
Some of the panelists were saying I wasn't consistent because I asked other people to ask one question. Other people snuck 2 in there. We have some shrewd talker that will say, I have my question, but can I, and they add it in there. But when you say, okay, can I ask my second question? No. You see, I know you were referring to Robert Gagwa, because when Robert Gagwa came on, he added the 2 questions, he added into one. He said, this is mine and this. He didn't go back to come around and say, can I now ask my second question?
And so, more than that, Jerome, look, you see Trump in the White House, for instance, he can decide who he wants to choose. Who he chooses to call to ask questions. The senator himself I was calling on questions from people at Robert. I think he has a relationship with Robert. He has a relationship with Sylvester, obviously. And so I think he was soliciting a little bit more input from them than he would do, for instance, say myself or Siddiqui, and other people. I think that was out of your hands. You did your best. But like you were saying here, when we come on here, I think we can push our investigative, we can put our investigative court and do the best we can. But I don't believe we necessarily have to be combative. I think we have to, we're all Liberians, and we have to learn to treat each other with respect. I don't think it makes you any less of a man if you don't put on a militant posture and and prove to anybody that you are combative. I think you can be very well forthcoming and put your point forward, and you can do it in a respectful manner. I think this is how we ended our conversation last night, and I think we'll talk about this in the back room. We just have to be careful. Liberian, and I don't know if it's part of the carry over from the war. I think we feel we have a point to prove. Everybody will tell you, well, Liberian, we're the loudest in the room, and it's becoming our nature. And that's something we have to pay attention to. I don't think it paints us in a good light, And so, yeah, I mean, he's a rescue senator. Obviously, most of us on here are from the opposition community. But I think he's a sitting senator, and I think he deserves that courtesy to be extended to him, and let him feel comfortable like he did, and talk to us, because there are a lot of people who wanted to hear, what he's doing and what his Senate is doing and what the legislature is doing, without we ourselves becoming part of the news, But again, great show, great moderation. It's part of whatever Siddiqui will come out here and say, but I'll pass it on, I'll pass the baton on to Mr.
Siddiqui had been on the show. He didn't eat. His sugar level had dropped. So, he the man in ink, this guy is something. The man's sugar level dropped. He just went berserk. But, Siddiqui, welcome to the show.
Welcome, my brother. It's good to have you.
Hey, gentlemen, audience, a pleasure to be here once again. Always a good thing to chip in our own little perspective on what we think about what's happening in the country. So a pleasure, man. What's going on?
Yes, I didn't receive anything from you. You wrote anything lately this week?
Well, yeah, I wrote, I think, something about the Nima situation with Koga.
Okay, so why you? I don't receive anything from you anymore. You block me.
I mean, you used to tag us. Now you don't tag us. Again, we're not friends anymore.
Yeah, man.
My man, platform big now. You gotta go be looking for it.
Yeah, hey,
no. We gotta fill out slip now to see the boss, man.
Listen,
appointment.
Listen, the man even got power yet.
Look.
When he rides, we have to go look for it. Just imagine when he
look for it.
When he enters Monrovia.
No. We at this point now
you'll be there walk out 10 police cars behind him.
The old man. But I just don't know. That's what somebody says. Power is a spirit that make even the wisest amongst us as fools. Because yes, security and all of those things, but consistently people just would do and make the same mistakes. Like just a thing, we're just I don't know. We all here talking now. We don't know whether we will not just be the contradiction of all the things we say when power comes out. Hey, Abraham Lincoln said, I think, centuries years ago, he said, to know a man's true character is to give him power. And I think at that point now is then we put Michelle Unkome where she says power does not change, or rather it reveals who we truly are.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just something. But before I got on the show, y'all talking about the DeLong situation yesterday, and I think I should add a word to that. I thought yesterday, Mr. Gayman, you allowed DeLong, I don't know whether it was Bazoland solidarity, but I think you allow him, because oftentimes when you're receiving guests, you are fully prepared, you have sufficient facts and evidence, you don't hesitate, you will respectfully provide interjection and provide the truth because you feel You owe it to the audience out there so that at least if they will leave from here, they will leave with the facts and the truth. You check, but I think that's how any panelist moderation will be, not necessarily being combative with the guests, but at least holding him to the truth. But yesterday, man, you were just relaxed in your AC office and just enjoying the lecture, man. You say, yeah, oh, when you say, but some people know politics, I represent, then you just relax. Anyway, you say, hey, we are.
No.
If he had said yesterday, since the formation of Liberia, I'm the best senator, you're going to say, but you try to say
that. Listen, I knew you wanted to corner the senator. I kept telling the senator, don't go there. Don't go there, because I know we had the stats, right? For instance, he said there are less cars being stuck on the road. So I told him, I said, don't do that. Because now we're going to ask you, how do you measure less cars? Do you have the stats? How many cars in total was there? I said, don't go that route. So I was trying to because I knew where he was going. I don't go there with the statistics. Just lecture about your legislative accomplishment, all that, but don't go.
So why it tells me now that whether we like it or not, in our politics, and I think it's everywhere in the world, there will be some sentimental difference when it comes to some tribal, religion, or some kind of connection with influence, how we engage sometimes. Because, yesterday, even if Mr. Nangwe was not given the full chance to engage, but I think he was taking cue from you, because I know Mr. Nangwe will push back, but he said a little bit modest in engaging the senator yesterday. I was like, okay. I mean, complimenting him.
But listen, this is what happened, right? The senator said before the show, he said, the last time he was here, I was compacted. So I told him, I said, yes, because I was a panelist, but today I'm a moderator, so I can't be.
Look.
I'm a moderator. I can't be fighting the senator.
Look.
You see,
you know the man gotta find a wiggle room now.
Yeah, so, right. I was depending on someone like you to come out. You didn't say nothing in the last 5 minutes.
No, but listen. Your telegatherer to show so much that to even ask questions, say, like, you needed to send the question in for review. First of all, now what I do, questions should be under a meaningful. We were able to get that past it. No, it can't be. Then,
but I mean,
I got 2 minutes to restrain my question to 1.
You know now, all the chiefs were sitting at Peabody sitting so, Tamlin sitting so, the Red Oak pounds. You understand me? So before you ask questions, you got a little left and a little right.
But
that was a joke.
In all fairness, I think the senator was not. He was disingenuous with the truth. He was very mean with it. For example, there is no way I see that a private business by a public servant can be sponsored in whatever way by people in the same government. How do you, Jerry, you got to tell me in the U.S., maybe America is not Liberia, but just tell me, how is it possible that Obama, perhaps as president, will open a foundation, a profit, not non-profit, for profit, because people pay for services there. Then people from the very government, then you say the minister, the secretary of state, go there to make contribution towards that president donation. Or from the Senate, it just doesn't hold. Because you see, these things we overlook them, but it could be a way of directing funding. You could take 500,000 and say you're giving it to Delon Center for SYD, and then the money is rechanneled to you. So, the main father, here is a company or a government entity that has cried of lacking capacity to contribute to national budget, something the senator should be frowning on. So that even say he's not giving it to get kickback, but he could also give it to silence the senator in terms of saying, no, but you cannot run this place for the last 6 years and you don't contribute to government's budget. What if LPRC to come and does the same thing? So, That was just
you brought that point up yesterday, but let me tell you something, my brother. And I heard you brought it on a number of occasions. Look, it used to be before, excuse me, before Trump 1.0. Understand me? Or most of these things were like they were like sacred boundaries, right? All the presidents here, they will leave office and then they'll go and do the presidential library, and do all the speaking game, all of that. But Trump came here, and all of a sudden, all of the lines are blurred. Yeah. When Trump was the first Trump, you remember that hotel you built in DC? People from the Middle East and other parts were going to that hotel for $100,000 per night. You think that was the price of the room? No. Was he allowed to do that? No. But unfortunately, these are the people now the whole world the rest of all look up to. And Dylan is taking cue from that. Is it right? No, it is not, because that's influence peddling. You cannot be in office and mix your private affairs, because like you're saying, most of the people who will be giving you anticipation of a favor from you as a government functionary. It shouldn't be. You made that point, and you were right. But he could also argue that, look, the biggest democracy in the world, or the most, what shall we say, the closest to perfection in the world. Look what is happening. Trump is in the White House. We know right now. Just yesterday, I listened to NPR. Right now, Trump's interpretation of government is government to do his private business. Right now, all the things he's doing in the Middle East and all of that, he realized that Netanyahu is not good for business. And that's why he's muscling him now to, because a peaceful Middle East is good for business. Your point was very right, but I don't know if he couldn't push back on that. That's why I didn't follow.
No, but I couldn't push back because the man was protected. The first thing you get, Pee-wee, ejaculating. After he had been told to send foreign policy recommendation. Now,
I gave you 5 seconds, so that will pop on the screen just as soon the way he saw it.
That was it. Once he was asked to send foreign policy recommendation, I know the senator was untouchable now. You get that. So you see, the senator has that mentality. First of all, he went beyond the scene. He cajoled you that, look, my man, the last time you gave me hard times, don't do it.
He got you, right?
So he got Pee-wee in a position where he says to him, Pee-wee, send me some recommendation. Look, those are all political tactics.
The guy is shrewd. No, the guy is smooth. Look, when Telvi been telling me I'm coming to do this. Soon Telvi came and said, oh, I'm a bastard girl. I Telvi right here. He disarmed her. Then she went and sent her question to me by way of saying he's not answering the question. You want to show you that answer? You can't text me say he's not answering my question.
And that Telvi, and I know she listens. She's another one. She made me to understand she's a girl. All of a sudden yesterday she was a bastard girl, and now I'm not going to be speaking to her ever again. She let the girl people.
Yeah, she let the girl people behind. But listen, look, nature has a way of compensating for different deficiencies. It's like
Johnny is in the back.
So. Yeah, Johnny is in the back.
Huh? Oh, Johnny
is in the back.
Okay. Hey guys, if you're in the back, please say that. Man, I don't know what's wrong. The young folks, what y'all doing over there? Sleeping? The young man, like when you have a limb amputated, the body will compensate somehow. So if you are in one of those areas, that's what it is. But when Johnny Khan will go to that, but let's go to this news here, which is a good news. Real quick,
if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to quickly talk about this Dr. Dubayan thing. I know yesterday
we coming to it.
Okay, go ahead.
We're coming to it. I wanted Ahmed to chime in on this. This is good news. The court cleared CDC for groundbreaking ceremony amid land dispute. It was, this is why I don't like about our politics. Okay, I mean, why do this? Why this is what we call targeting, right? We are not. We all here. We are not member of the CDC, but this is targeting. These people, you evicted them illegally, demolish everything they own, destroy everything they own. They peacefully left and got something else. Then you went around. You're getting people to go out there to put put blockage in the way so they just can't move. There were news going on around Monday that they said the overpass is the CDC land is in the overpass way and all. I mean, why are they doing it? Honorable Ahmed.
Yeah, so I think consistent.
Maybe Ahmed should have the last say on this.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna go, but let me welcome Johnny. After Johnny, I'll go then. Ahmed can have the last say on it. Johnny, welcome, Ahmed.
Yeah, man. Thank you, guys. And unfortunately, I couldn't continue yesterday due to technical problems. But we are good. I'm doing well. Just got back home. Series of meetings today. But I want to just go back a little bit where I was following you guys discussing the engagement and interaction with the senator. And I kind of agree with my brother Ahmed, from Kwadu Bone, my nephew.
There you go again. It's a family thing. I tell you, man. The man accused me about some people yesterday and today. He not flipping today.
Okay, but personally, I asked a question to the senator, and the way he responded, and again, I agree with Ahmed. I asked about the president's visit to those Asian countries, and where do we stand? What are some of the outcomes and things? After he explained what China issue, I said, well, what's about South Korea? What's about Japan? What's about Barbados? And then my own brother and friend from the pastor there gave me and said, no, Johnny is enough. Stop right there. Let the man continue. But frankly speaking, I really think that on that question, the way he answered me, it tells me that he knows there is a serious problem in the foreign service with regards to those kind of meetings that we go for. My advice I always tell people is, from my experience now, we're working with the center, right? When you are invited to a situation, to a meeting, and they give you all the agenda items there, they tell you what role you'll be playing, you do a lay down task and look for, and you discuss, I'm going here, what am I going to achieve from here? What are my deliverables? So when you get there, that becomes your focus. And that's why I always say, carry 30%, 25% for meetings like that. And then we spend maybe $200,000, $300,000. Then what do we get in return? And I know I'm almost getting to be able to get convinced that in the last 2 years, our president have gone around to several international meetings and events. We are still on. The people coming to come for observation. They're coming for they're coming for this and that. And now we've gone 24 months almost. I can assume that the next meeting that will be here next year again, we'll go there again with the same issue. Probably because we went there, we didn't carry a clear agenda based on our development agenda for Liberia. What did we carry when it comes to agriculture? What do we say about education? What do we say about health? What do we see there as potential avenues that we could tap into and bring something back home? All we brought back is, the person that can check, they said they can inspect. The senator said, because during the Mr. Weah regime, they had some foreign policy disagreement on some international issue, so it was reduced. It was slowed down, and then now President Barker went there and he made commitment, and so that's why now they have started the process. And that same process I said to him, I think 15, 16, that whole overpower breed came about doing any regime. Again, it didn't take place. Mr. Weah came, he tried, it didn't happen, now it's happening. So I see that the overpower is going to be the umbrella international conference visitation resort for Liberia. It's not bad. We'll do road construction, we'll do that, overpass bridge. So that's my point I want to make. I think the senator did not answer that question fairly, with regards to the people's expectation from those kind of big conferences, and what you put in or you should get out. They say supply and demand in elementary economics. So that's my point. So the next thing is you were talking about the headquarters of the CDC. I passed there this evening. I think the guys are committed, they are sincere, and about their party. And they were there doing cleaning up, preparing themselves. They were trying to pull out a billboard to indicate the location of the party, proposed party headquarters. And CDC, let's tell the fact, CDC is a grassroots political party to the extent that People who find themselves to be marginalized society, they find themselves as they see that party as a party that they are easily connected with. And so it's just difficult for some people to try to demoralize them in a way that they will take away something. And I tell you something, this is why the UP wants to keep CDC active so that no other party can come face them. In their view, if the CDC is one that in their way and they can always demonize CDC, they have succeeded over the time to make CDC look like some kind of group that doesn't have no moral, no quality, enough sophisticated, they are nothing at all. For them, they can use the propaganda against CDC and succeed. They are afraid that any other party, for example, if Monumba can their way, they know that they don't have a clear message to defeat Monumba in terms of argument, in terms of debating the issues or even suggesting the rest ideas or so. And because based on Monumba's quality, they will find it hard to even demonize him or do something to him. So that's what I think. But all that thing happening with CDC property or their office space, I think it was just about propaganda in the news. The real story is, like I said, if you have Francis Kofa as a renowned lawyer, serving as the chairman for that committee, I don't believe he will remain sitting on that committee and go through and then learn arrangement that will have legal problems. So all the things I read on Facebook, for me, I got told I got propaganda, trying to create confusion in the minds of the people that these guys are not serious and they are lying, this and that. But the overpass had no link to where CDC office is for what I see them doing. The current what they're doing in Morovia, where they are working, and the way the overpass will pass, I don't think it has any link to the CDC and or proposed headquarters. So whoever said that, I think they were just trying to create some kind of small screen or some kind of negative image for the CDC, or trying to make a situation where they would think that CDC will go into some kind of violent action or some kind of resistance to the government. So they can say, oh, you see, government being breached, CDC is challenging. They don't want development because in Liberia, they have failed to even make the people understand what development actually is. They get in when you're building one farm hall, that development there, you're building one structure somewhere, that development. But anyway, that's it. That's my view about the CDC headquarters construction. I mean, I wish them well, because if they build a good headquarters, it's going to be good for Liberia. It will help to even tell all the Liberian democracy parties in Liberia have their own place. Like for all I know, we have our own party headquarters on 16th Street. It was bought by the founder a long time. It's been there. It will always be there.
What party?
Liberia National Union, LINU. Liberia National Union, LINU. Headed by Dr. Clarence Boniva.
Oh, Dr. Mono. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before you go, I know you wanted to touch on this, Nambe. Why President Boakai fired Dr. Nya is the story is a big one. It's in the paper. I was surprised at some of the reasons that they gave, and I mentioned it here yesterday. When we come from abroad, for some reason, sometimes these titles that we carry sometimes gets in the way. If these things are true, because it came by way of resolution here. Let me read it real quick before you leave. Said President Joseph Boakai Wednesday dismissed Dr. Chris Duba Nya from his post as Director General of the National Health Institution of Liberia. Then it says here, the president's decision is based on detailed resolution submitted by the board, which cited what they described as gross inefficiency, undesirable action against the public interest, and violation of the Act of 2016. The board decision made an ad hoc meeting on September 10th was supported by 9 of the 10 board members, with 1 member abstaining. The board emphasized that if decisions were guided by the need to restore efficiency, accountability, and good governance within the NPHIL. According to the resolution, Dr. Nya's tenure as head of the country's lead public health institution was marked by a litany of administrative and managerial failures. The board accused the Director General of persistently bypassing statutory oversight, operating without transparency, and making unilateral decisions that undermine the governance and the structure of the institution. Specifically, the board stated that Dr. Nya repeatedly failed to involve the board in critical decision-making processes concerning MPHIL's operation. There was an ongoing lack of coordination and collaboration between the MPHIL and the Ministry of Health. The board also cited non-adherence to its statutory role as the governing authority of the institution and noted that Dr. Nyang made numerous foreign trips without informing either the board or the acting general, the general board director or his general during his absence. The resolution further indicated that Dr. Nyang sent official communication to both the president of Liberia and the national legislature without the knowledge or input of the board. Partners also raised concerns about his leadership conduct. The board noted that the institutional budget was submitted without the approval. Institutional affairs were often discussed in the media without the authorization of the board. These issues, the board said, represent serious government failure. In February 2025, the board had previously suspended Dr. Nyang and requested a written apology due to a separate set of concerns involving media engagement that were deemed inappropriate. However, the same behavior persisted throughout the suspension and afterward leading to the board to call him for a removal. These are some serious charges, well documented, with outline and timelines and dates and stuff. These are the things that I'm talking about.
Yes.
When we leave from here, we need titles. How do you do a budget without the board approval, without the departmental? You just do it your own and submitted it. How do you take foreign trips without informing the board? I mean, how is this possible?
So, I have to look at the board's charter and see, but this board sounds to me like it was a hands-on board. Look, I know Luis, Dr. Poto, we were on Continent together, and I know Dubai because we were all there. Dubai was my roommate on Continent. He and I worked together with Lin Su. He is conflict adverse, so I'm really shocked that I'm hearing this, even though Dubai will throw a punch if he has to throw a punch. But all of these allegations, I find them very, 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 very inconsistent with the Dubayan that I know. Of course, the last I met him was maybe 10 years ago. He came here to see me here in Jersey. A mutual friend had come, Philip, the former superintendent of Grand Gita. So I haven't really talked to him for a while. But even then, he's a very quiet, very cerebral guy. He's not the opposition defiant type of guy. He's a system guy. And to levy all of these allegations against him, taking through while informing the board. And like I said, I have to see the board charter. I'm not saying these are not false, but by the same token, I find them very, very difficult to believe that the Dubayan that I know will go to infill and adopt a posture that is so adversarial. I understand he and Luis they had a run-ins. First of all, there was a fight over turf. Whether Enfield was subordinate to the Ministry of Health and stuff like that. And somewhere I read his reaction to the board's finding, and he turned them as completely baseless. Why does he need the board permission to engage the press? Why? Why does he need the board permission to go to take a trip? If he has a trip that's approved, why does he? So I don't understand.
But you heard without approval. So I mean,
if it is in the budget, is approved. I mean, some of these things are approved prior to the trips.
But what they are saying here, that the agency was left with all management because even his assistant didn't know he was out of the country.
I don't know. I find that to be very, 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 very. It's difficult to believe. First of all, he was the head, but he's not. I mean, it's a team. He had deputies and all of that. So whether he's in the country or not, the agency was still wrong. But look, don't you find it puzzling, Jerome, that the board, right, that investigated this man, the co-chair of the board is now the one the president nominated to replace him, to serve in his place as interim leader? Do you think that is the way management is supposed to work? You investigate the same thing the president did at TLA. You investigated the man, you brought charges against him. Based on that, you were removed, and then they appointed you to go and sit in his place. Is that how is that transparent to you? I don't think it is to me.
Amen.
I don't think it is.
Amen.
I'll come quickly. I'll go to Amen because he said we're going to be. We say Johnny was talking about, the question that he asked the senator yesterday about all these trips, and he made some very good points. The trip to China. I don't know how the senator didn't remember. He was the president of China when Mo Ali then wrote. The president licked it. That was his writing on Facebook. The president licked it. He bringing $3 billion for a refinery, and all of a sudden they don't come on the show. He doesn't remember.
I got it right here.
Exactly.
Grandmaster, we got $3 billion. Is it?
No, but look, it is clear that this government is struggling. Somewhere I heard today, I think they're going back to the Igbo man and Eton loans. I think they're trying to resuscitate. This is how desperate they are. They're trying to resuscitate. I know Ahmed will come up because you'll be the last. I understand they're going back there and taking the thing out of the trash can and dusting them up and bringing them back on the table and looking at them and saying, we can do something with it.
Look, listen.
Look about the CDC thing, right? You had a point, Jerome.
You see all the research I do. I don't throw them away. I got them in. The grandmaster here, there, $3 billion was okay. And we went
is it the president elected? I mean, but anyway, the CDC thing is almost
I told him, don't go there.
After he forgot everything, Johnny was right. The president been making he said the president went to China. He said Japan.
I'm never ready on Friday, man.
Yeah. He said no African country got anything from Japan, but that's not true. Ghana got money from there.
Ghana got all this stuff.
Exactly. I think Eritrea or Ethiopia, one of those countries, got money out of there. A lot of people came from Japan with that T-card thing. People came from there with packages. So the president, the senator was not being honest with us, But coming back to the CDC thing, right? I would say this, and you're right, Jerome. This is something that has absolutely nothing to do with the government. This is a private arrangement. I don't know how, but it is, again, the same thing they did with the election commissioner. Devietta Brown, they intimidated her. They show her that they can remove her anytime. They suspended her, and then, of course, they diminished her authority. Then they brought her back. And now you know how it is now. She is now. She knows.
I've not even heard from her.
Exactly. It's the same thing they're doing here. They're putting the CDC on notice that, we can always pull the string right when we are ready. And that, to me, that's intimidation. I don't think they had anything to do with this whole headquarters thing, whatever it. They shouldn't have encouraged any battle with this. And now they're going to say they could allow them to go ahead. Allow how? You shouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. But, I'll pass it on to Ahmed. I'm sure he has a lot to say about that. But I'm happy that the 18th will come around, like Johnny said. If we get another beautiful structure in the country, that's Liberia that's been beautiful. What is the big deal?
Well. MPhil. I think MPhil board, I don't know, sometimes when we're writing these different tenure laws or these different stuff, I think we either doing it with some political mindset at the time when it's being written. The person who's facilitating that process tend to either be a beneficiary, so they read it in that limited scope and don't think about the future of, that when they are not part of it again, all the kind of different things. The board has an unprecedented power. The position of the director general is one of tenure, yet the board can recommend the president's suspension.
Yeah.
Just for perhaps quote unquote administrative process. So so that's a catch 20 thing there. I think what happened is that at some point, there was also a doctor in our place there. The doctor, the deputy doctor, the minister of health doctor. So doctor then down there. And so obviously, the egos and all the kind of stuff can be everybody from different parts of the world, different education, converge at one place instead of working together. It's more about so sometimes the chemistry, and you know that better, that even if all of the expertise are on board, if the chemistry is not there where they can coordinate effectively, eventually it becomes a place. Out of whatever knowledge that they do have there becomes useless. So that's why it is. But when it comes to the CDC thing, I think the Unity Party government will continue to make mistakes. When we say politics is local, it means understanding the demography, understanding the terrain. Liberia is a country of very poor people, many of whom are uneducated. That group of people feel that continuously, also of politics, they feel that they are where they are as a result of suppression by government or by those who have it up there. That mentality is there. So if all of them find themselves connected to a political party or so, and you continue, and they see you as one who tempting to suppress that party, it leads from being seen as party to seen as personal, that it is to them to whom you are doing it.
Of course.
What you tend to do when you do that is you only reinforce them together, that we must stay together at this point in time. You understand? So they forget about every other thing that should divide and focus on that. And I think continuously that's what the Unity Party do. And the mistake they have not learned is that, look, we just didn't defeat the people with this remarkable margin that another election tomorrow we could do it again. You did a coalition of different political parties that did not believe in your vision. However, they were just opposed to the next man. It wasn't that they really believed in you, but because they saw the next man as something that no, we can't accept this, so they come together. If another option or some or certain change, you may not have it. And you know, have not gotten that aspect. Liberia is not one country where people judge performance as a basis of making decisions. They do it on likability, they do it on different forms of feeling and stuff like that. CDC headquarters will go on. Interestingly, I've seen that as a result of CDC announcing its struggle, not only that they attempt to intimidate, but I do see them trying to also say they want to build headquarters now.
Yep, they want to emulate the CDC. That's correct.
Yeah, then it comes to me, what the essence of different form of government all the time when we just repeat. In America today, nobody needs to tell you that who is in office is not Joe Biden. You see it from policy, you see it from projects, you see it from different as much as governments continuity, yet you see there's a difference between the last government and this one. But year is a year, you just see a continual replication of the same thing over and again. Like, what was the essence then? You now replicate, emulating the people trying to pay you set up a committee using the same thing to go bid it. And so on. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. Then you hear someone say they go back to Iboma deal, want to bring up. So when we come to power, or when we seek power, we don't have fresh ideas, new vision.
No.
Something that will at least show a dichotomy between the people that were there and you. Just a simple thing. I mean, it's good to continue this project. Yeah, the bridge. But if they were able to negotiate for one bridge for the Tubman Boulevard area, why can't you go and negotiate for another bridge from somewhere in maybe across the bridge? I mean, just do something a little different. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. We accuse we of building homes that while you are president, we complain that wasn't right. There's even people in CDC said it. Less than 2 years, we've seen structures coming up in FOIA being alleged for the president. I mean, it's just the same cycle. What is that? Is it because that people think our people become satisfied with mediocrity? So as a result of that, they just don't care. It just don't care. The government come into power, nothing new. Look, just imagine the trips you're talking about. We see it as a accomplishment for us to go on trip, just to go on trip. The president visiting another country, they consider that a major achievement. So they become, we're getting to nothing. Yeah. To the extent that the president will know, okay, well, in this trip, we're not going to go anything. When I leave, it costs a lot of money. So I can't go on this trip. Ambassadors also, because it's less if you send a minister and so all these things. So man, I don't know, but I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
So the Iboma thing, I just see here the Courtney Senator Abuchie. Is he in the CDC?
Yeah. So what is saying about it?
I mean that it is back on the table. and the CDC is giving it some favorable considerations.
CDC?
No, I'm sorry, UP. I'm sorry.
Man, please.
Yeah,
Guys,
but Mr. Sonny Quay, right? I think.
Who you quoting, Sarah? Who you quoting? Just to authenticate the information.
I'm forwarding in the chat room now.
Okay.
I'm forwarding in the chat room. Johnny, you're not in the chat room. You're in the chat room, right? Yes.
yeah, he's in the chat room.
Okay, I'm forwarding it there now.
Yeah, so I think what we've gone, from a little bit of learning, right? You have 6 years in power, 6 years to run the country, 6 years to run the project, 6 years to manage the project. How do you lay down your tasks in terms of your deliverables and your efforts applied to everything? So 6 years for me, I put in 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1, 2 years; phase 2, 3 years; phase 3, 2 years, right? 2 years. What is your agenda for the first 2 years? What are those things you want to do in the first 2 years? Then the second phase of 2 years, what do we expect to see happening? Now, I see that our government has gone 2 years, 24 months almost. We have not signed a major investment. We have not signed, major new investment. Well, but we have borrowed around $79 million already on loan from IMF. In 2 years, we're going to that level. And so I think our government is struggling with how to attract investment in the country. And if they don't understand, one of the key area investment will come to your country is your rule of law, your judicial system, your justice system, and your security in the country. Last time I was in the US, when I went there, when we had the President Carter's 100th birthday. I was at the Carter Museum, and I was sitting by an investor who had gone, who wanted to contribute towards the Carter. And when I was called up as Liberia's representative there, and fortunately for me, I was sitting right by him. So when I came back, he started to tell me some things about my country, how he was here before as an investor, or how he got robbed, he was forced to leave because he's from Britain, or also live in the US and live in Dubai, and those countries have restriction on their nationals doing business in other parts of the world. So the same law that affect you in your country affect you and get outside. You can't get involved with corruption and get involved with all kind of dubious things. So he was telling me, he said, Johnny, your country will have difficulty in getting real investment. I said, what do you mean? So because until you can correct your rule of law system, correct the police system, and the code becomes very transparent, that investors will be satisfied when they come and invest, when they have legal issue, they will get redressed fairly from the court. Then other than that, you guys will have problem. So I said, but we have ArcelorMittal. He said, yeah, they can come. The Chinese and the Asians will come to you in Africa most often because they know how to deal with you guys in a way that they can make profit and move out. So I think our government now is trying with, since they came, the group here is ArcelorMittal. I think trying to work on improving increasing their contract and whatever, but nothing else. And the income getting tight every time. To the extent that my brother Kafwan says that we should pray for the economy.
Yeah.
So if you see a financial expert going to religion to stop, then for me, from my perspective, I'm worried now, because you say close down, you say have almost around 300 projects in Liberia or less or more. Let's say on each project you have 10 Liberians working on each project, 10 Liberians. If you had 300 projects here, that's 10 times 300.
Yeah.
That money comes to the society, to government right away for job creation.
Yeah.
Now, my agency has closed two of its programs. By December, it closed entirely, will be all gone. We're going to be relying on government we'll be relying again on society for job. So this, I'm hoping that I'm thinking what our people are thinking about the economy in a way that they have the necessary shock absorber to absorb the job, the unemployment shock that we're going to be receiving. And from a sociological perspective, where there's high unemployment, the vices of theft, crime will be on the increase.
Of course.
They will be on an increase. You understand? And so we have to sit down and now look at our economy. What is happening in the informal sector? How can we put some money? How can we work around the informal sector to ensure that people have something to do or get some income, right? And one area I always tell people, for us in Liberia, we should invest into agriculture. Let's feed ourselves.
It is the first thing on the arrest agenda, agriculture. So, I mean, we all saying the same thing. Why they're not doing it?
Okay, now we're going 2 years. What have been our major boost when it comes to agriculture now? Because I understand we have farms all around, like in my own home in Lofa, we have several farms. The Lofa University have a big rice farm. But people are saying harvesting rice manually, like in no way hands.
Exactly.
And that cannot feed all of us in Lofa.
No.
I thought that we would have launched a major agricultural program where we be laying or maybe hundreds of acres of land to produce rice or produce other food source in the country. Look, there's a place between Fishtown and Kawieken. I pass there all the time. I still well, I always feel that why are we wasting time? I'm going to go stand for food when we have a kind of vast wetland. I mean, the forest is around it. It's a huge wetland between Fishtown and Kawieken on our road to Fishtown between Fishtown and Kawieken. Wetland in the southeast. Somewhere around Keribo, Kawieken also, there's a place again. I know one time I walk around and we're doing the boundary harmonization between Brangide and River G. So we have a lot of wetlands that we can use just for rice production alone. Rice. Let's eat enough and sell some. I want to see us packaging rice and say Parboiled rice from Lofa, Parboiled rice from Grand Cru. Give it different names. Out of the country. Even River G and the southeast is one of the places that's good for farm because they still have a lot of virgin wetland. Look, when I'm walking from Pubaken to Yangoneken, somewhere in the Sano region, my brother, I walk in the forest. The sun was as hot like midnight. I mean, like midday. I would not experience the sun because the forest had just
cold. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm not saying we should destroy our forest, but we have our land. We have all the technicians there from Ministry of Agriculture. All the guys are here. I mean, I think we should have an agricultural conference, not a very big one to eat any money. Let's just decide, what do we do agriculture? What do we do to produce rice? Just rice alone first. What can we do to feed ourselves with rice? Sell rice is our national staple. You understand? Nothing. I'm just surprised at the way things are going because even though I did not support my uncle Boakai for presidency, but he comes from the background of agriculture a lot. I would have thought that he would have been, I thought he would have made agriculture his signature project. Whether you who like it or don't like it, before I did power, I will make sure that bro will have rice production, will build warehouses around, will bring machines that will make us build. But now if I say, they'll say, oh, yellow machine. They're not auto it, yellow machine, they're not auto it. But I'm just praying and hoping that in the next phase, which is phase 2, the next 2 years, which is only happen. I'm still hopeful for me. I never give her anything. I know in the next 2 years, something will happen. But if the next 2 years nothing happen, then the last 2 years, no, it's not going to happen because the last 2 years is political year. Let's see that first. The last 2 years, 28 to 29, are political year, still political year. So you got from 26 to 28, now those 2 years and a year to really deliver and change the thing that happened in the country.
But why is it, Jerome, all the bad women that can follow the closing argument they offer the Southeast? Look at this woman, the woman who hit the progressive people. All of a sudden now, yeah, we come from the same place. All right, my sister. You must start talking about her farm. But let me say this, Johnny. You have a very good look. When the Trump stop order was imposed, a lot of us here, we said this is an opportunity for this government to declare a moratorium on some of these big things, this expenditure. Now they have a good excuse to rein in spending, shrink the government, bring it. We said that you anticipate it is going to get tougher going forward. But what do we see? A few gallons of gasoline, reduce it. I think if you were getting 500 gallons, they give you 420 something. That's what they did. The government payroll still stands out where it was, if not any more. They're putting people down, they're hiring consultants, which is the same thing. And so, when we talk about agriculture, yeah, the president he has an agricultural background. You would think when we talk about agriculture by now, some of the yellow machines, they would have brought yellow machines to mechanize, farming for us and make farming fun. People love farming and while doing that, producing food. But like you're saying, people still using cutlasses, they using hand to farm and all of that, so it's still subsistence farming. You bring a little, where I'm from, there's a season that we call hungry season. I know it's all over the country. Where the guy from the farm is never enough to meet the next harvest season. There's a gap.
Yes.
So it's never enough. People
It's
been
never
doing that
enough.
with babies. That's the kind
Yes.
of family we're talking about. You go to Africa, Johnny, you know, they put plenty on the road about the size of this house.
Oh, man, the poor producing there. The poor produce the food so surplus.
Yeah.
And so a result, food is cheap in Cote d'Ivoire.
Absolutely. You know,
So-
and without the land, and you're saying that, you know, that evergreen forest you're talking about, you know, I traveled there. Yeah, that's the southeast, you know, from Kawieke, you know, River G, all the places that you're right. Some of the places that you go under the tree there, and even when the sun is shining, you cold because the sun, you know, is hardly hitting those places. Those are places we can make use of, you know, go into serious farming. But I mean, yeah, 2 years in the next 2 years, you know, now that some people going to be preoccupied with re-election and all of that. You know, yeah. So in the next 2 years, there will be a lame duck government. You know, you can't hit the ground running. You have a lot of political capital. You use it right now. They wasted almost 24 months without achieving much. You know, so like you said, you know, we got 2 more years, and then you know we'll see what will happen. But I just can't understand why this government has struggled so much to find their footing. I still don't understand it.
No
You know?
bearing yet. No bearing.
No,
They are not found a bearing yet.
They still haven't found a bearing yet. You know, so you know, we wish them the best, like Cummings said, you know, and they got upset. You know, yeah, if the government succeed, you know, Liberia wins. So we want them to succeed, to do well. You know, yeah, I mean, obviously, we don't want to do wildly, you know, be successful and get re-elected because they demonstrated they're incapable or they don't know how to run government. But, you know, by the same token, we want them to do well so that our people will not suffer more than they're suffering. But right now, and Snow said that they got upset with it. Brother, the way things are going, I don't see any delivery coming soon, Johnny. Yeah, we are. We're talking about Igbo Mama and Elton Long. So let the foreign minister, who yesterday when I left this say, he said some wicked things about me. But you know, I still love you, my brother. What can I say? You know.
Oh, is that the foreign minister? Period.
Listen, I got somebody on the
Step
line.
into the office of the Senate Chairman on Foreign Affairs.
Listen, my man, leave my man alone. Let me. You got a call on the line. Yeah, make your point. Your name and where you calling from?
Mr. Gilman, thank you. My name is Merlin from New Jersey.
Okay.
Other cases. You know, I just want to tell you guys that this is the interesting issue in my life.
It's too low. We can't hear you, Jerome.
It's too low?
Yeah, too low.
I said you guys are discussing interesting issues about our country tonight, and it's interesting to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I'm a citizen. On the issue about CDC party headquarters. That scandal. Most of you made a point. Contacted by saying the Joseph Boakai government felt that we can erase CDC. That was Boakai promise that we were going to eliminate CDC. Part of a series that they went and CDC headquarters eviction notice. Eviction notice in this country, if I'm a renter in somebody's house and they want to evict me, they will not bring the building down. Illegally. So by doing that, it brought the decision together more than ever before. We are ending that. That's why you see in Moreover today, the Gregory Kuma who have been misbehaving, even when President Weah is returning to the country and citizens go to the airport to receive him, he has been misbehaving. Today, Gregory Kuma has submitted, he's sending citation to the public that they will be closing this road for CDC event, they will be redirecting traffic this way. They who have previously said that they were going to get CDC only 1 hour. He has submitted to CDC because the human being that will be in Monrovia on Saturday will not be easy. Even he can put the AFL and the police together, he can't stop it. They're coming from all the nearby countries, plus the 17 district must rally. It will not be an easy thing. That's one. On the question about what Boakai did to Darajan, look, Darajan, he's my own countryman. They were in opposition yesterday night using their title and intimidating Georgia government like Brett. But see what he got. Yeah, Boakai disgracing. Boakai just disgracing today and replacing with somebody who is not even near the qualification to sell that area. Somebody even make comment on it. Is that you interested your brain surgery with a dentist. After it's going on right now like that. How can you do that? They say Paul made recommendation. The very poor, some of the people on the poll have been a lot of headway in the health minister. She has not respected the man. She and the man were having pushing back and forth all the time. How is that? Is that how you're going to change Liberia? He said, Joe, we didn't know anything. But I get 42 years of experience in government. Is that the experience we've seen happening in Liberia? Is the experience being transformed or translated into real reality in Liberia? Nothing like that. The very Eton Loom that Darrell DeLong or Mo Ali, all those guys in opposition at the time, you go on social media today, citizens are reposting all their comments that they posted on their Facebook page, on their pages in 2018, condemning a campaign against it until they make it to fail. Now they are going to resurface it because as the only means they think their government can get some kind of money from outside to do what they want to do. They have gone all across the world. As one of the panelists said, everywhere worker when he came back with zero. Everywhere when he came with zero, they got nothing. All of the projects that they are continuing right now, like Georgia Signature Project. Georgia Signature Project. Nothing worker is doing right now in Liberia that Georgia did not sign for the agreement to be concluded. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's from Eastern Liberia Road. I got a newspaper. We have secured full funding for African Development Bank. Full funding for Ganda Harbor Highway from African Development Bank. I get another news from my phone. Before Airpass Free is talking about what they want to do right now. Joe any money. All of the things they are using, the government that they said did nothing. He said that government did nothing. Joe, we have failed the Liberian pool. It was a disgrace to the Liberian pool. The Freeport or corporate building headquarters. Joe, we have failed it. They're using it. The executive mansion that Eddie was in power for 12 years and did nothing about it. Joe, we are in office for 3 years and restored it to its previous status. That's what I use it. Everything that they said, Joe, we have did nothing. That's what they use it. What kind of government is that? What kind of government is that?
Is it a quarter or special guest?
It's easy to campaign on propaganda.
A quarter on TV. Yeah, on the show,
Thank you very much,
Was that a former Solicitor General?
No, but this is when we're talking about the CDC, like we're talking about for these folks, it's a religion for them. They believe in what the party stands for, and they believe. But what they are talking here is the same thing we are talking about. They will look at somebody who is qualified, like you, Namwe or Pee-wee, and they will come out and try to minimize your success, minimize your hard work, do whatever they can to make sure that even your own children won't respect you. That's why the more they do that, the more it galvanizes.
And I know Sylvester will come in, but that color point that he made, this government is betting on weakening the opposition to win, then delivering on then having the people elect them because they are successfully delivering. That's the point he's making. They're making the bet that if they weaken the opposition, even if they don't do well, they will win again. And now he's saying that the CDC is actually proving to be very difficult for them to do that to them. But he didn't measure the CMC. That only thing I disagree with.
Honorable people, welcome. I mean, you're right on time because I want to take a few minutes of our time to pay respect to the great Honorable Odinga. I was able to run into that family. Well, I've been following that family forever. Every young politician in Liberia around the world, if you didn't follow Yasser Arafat, Odinga, all of these folks, they all fall within that same. And for him to have died abruptly, I mean, I listened to him speak about a week ago, and he was vibrant, doing everything. And all of a sudden, he fell sick, and he fell in the same category as Liberia. They took him to India. Can you imagine? As sophisticated as Kenya is, they took him to India. Maybe, I don't know why, for what reason. And he died from a heart attack. And Kenya is upside down. Let me start with Pee-wee on this one. Odinga was a great orator, great politician, succeeded in every way except being the leader proper for Kenya Hey
Yeah,
guys, somebody got a radio on, man.
yeah. Someone have to.
Yeah, let mute.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. Raila Odinga is not only Raila Odinga was not only a veteran Kenyan politician, but he was a pan-Africanist. He believed in agitating for transformation and equality, and spoke against marginalization in Kenya. Basically, it's quite unfortunate that he didn't get the presidency. He was the former prime minister of Kenya, and he played a lot of role in terms of the push against Kenya. No, Kenya is deeply a tribal kind of a basic. The politics is basically hugely moved by tribal politics. The Luo, the Luo, constitute some huge percent of the population, and the Kikuyu. Also, you find the Kikuyu also, so it's divided between the two major tribes you will find. They have a lot of other tribes, but the politics, the former president and the current president and all of those things, you can recall the former president even supported Raila Odinga against William Ruto, who is now the current president. There's a time in Nairobi, there's one of the biggest slum areas discussing with some of the activists. And he said to me, part of the reason why he believed that Raila Odinga would struggle for the presidency, but he wouldn't reach there. And for sure, today I will sit and believe that Kasimu, what he said to me, will come along to believe some of the things he said. But he will be remembered. His legacy is going to live on for a very, very protracted period of time with this generation and other generations to come. He was revered in Kenya. He's one of those reputable politicians that stood a very tough ground and all of things. He challenged, he played a role when Daniel Arap Moi was president at the time, even when the Mau Mau society was unfolding. So it's a structural process in terms of the way Kenya is moved and all of things. He's going to be celebrated across Africa and other parts of the world as a very true champion of democracy, despite there was some contended issue of many of the elections, but he warned most of his supporters at the time that violence was not the way forward. There have to be, remember the issue that almost brought Kenya to civil war. Mm-hmm. One of those that play a very major role in ceasing that and bringing the country back to democratization. So Raila Odinga will be he's a true statesman. He's a performed career administrator and a public servant, rounded servant leader that will be recalled in the history of Kenya for many, many years. So his demise today, but he been taking some treatment abroad for some time. And the rest of that, but he will be remembered basically as a true Pan-Africanist, as the former president. There was a time he met with President Tubman. Was it Tubman or Torba? As a young, very progressive young movement activist at the time, moving from the part of Kenya that were pushing for the major stand of democratization and other things. So he been in the struggle, but unfortunately he didn't get the presidency that he so prepared himself, He nursed that presidency for a very long time, but he didn't have it. But he's going to be remembered strongly.
Oh, I did be with you. I think it's your radio on or something playing.
Do you have feedback?
Yeah, can you mute?
Yes. So
let me go to Johnny. Johnny, my nephew is married to a Luo, and they went to Kenya, and we've been back and forth. And I was able to when Dr. Lumumba came, when I hosted him, the Odinga daughter came, and we had an interaction. She wrote a book and went to the book signing. Very, very talented folks, but they were, he was a Luo, and the Luos have always felt that the rest of the nation would gang up against them to not take state power, and that's why the country is upside down today.
Particularly the Kikuyu.
Yeah, the Kikuyu, obviously, they are the two major ones.
Yes.
So because they didn't want to make Odinga president, they went. Ruto come from another small tribe. He's not a Kikuyu. He's not a Luo, but the Kikuyu folk will prefer somebody else, anybody else but Luo. So the Luo people have been complaining that they have been robbed over and over of that position. He came as close when they had that coalition government. He became prime minister, but they never allowed him to be president proper. And the Luo people will never forgive Kenya for that. Your take on Dr. Ojinga? You are muted.
Yeah, sorry. So I want to jump Pee-wee and everybody else to, extend our sympathy to the people of Kenya. Like I listened to the President Ruto. He, in fact, has announced 7 days of national mourning, and both in Kenya and all their foreign missions across the globe, in recognition and respect to this Pan-Africanists like, Sylvester Kova, who Pee-wee said, because even though he did not succeed to become president, but his actions and inactions also impacted Africa to some extent. And if I sense his death, Nairobi has not been very peaceful. That's why even right now, Kenyan Airways is doing something about reading some of their schedules and flight schedule because of the situation.
They had closed the airport for a while because of that.
Yeah, because of that. So a lot of things are happening. The last time I was there, like maybe 3 weeks ago, the friends that I made, this morning from a chat room, I could have made family. I could have carried nephew and uncle there somewhere. So I had in fact, they were all like, "Oh, Johnny, we have lost a great man on the continent." And I extend Liberia's sympathy to them. But again, I want to compare him to Wabakwas in terms of the struggle, in terms of the struggle to have democracy, justice, equity in Kenya. And I also know that his actions in Kenya did not just benefit Kenya, they also spread across the East African region, and the kind of person he was. Every time he went to politics, he got defeated, he got involved with some kind of disagreement. He will always calm his supporters not to get involved with violence, but sometimes you always hope that he will succeed one day to become president. And unfortunately, he has passed, and they will always say, like, bro, we cannot ask God why it has already happened. And Africa has lost, but Africa will always have great men in the world. East Africa is one place where great Africans have come from. And we know that somebody will come from that place again to be a great man that will always admire and will be able to take the touch that Pan-African leader Raila Odinga had dropped. And the touch will keep burning. And like people knows that the touch will never drop. It will always keep burning, no matter who who is the victim of the reactionary leaders. But we'll always keep the torch burning until we get to the place we want to get to. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. And before you continue, I forgot to say something. He will remember Lalaway, right? So, for instance, the Luo people refer to him as because his ability to always work with his rival, earn him the name Awabo, meaning the mysterious one. And then many of his supporters know him by the name Baba, in Swahili meaning father. So even his supporter, if you saw the chanting today unfolding, you will hear most of them coming in Baba, 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 meaning that's in Swahili, meaning our father and other things. So he was tremendously popular, and he was indeed a very powerful statement that impacted a lot of Kenyans and Africans.
Victor, the guy was, when you talk about Pan-African, he named his first son after Fidel Castro. He named one of his daughter after Winnie Mandela. I mean, the guy is I mean, we're talking about transformational human being, a person who is global. I mean, when I met his daughter here in with the Kenyan population, the Kenyan here, I mean, majestic, tall, dark skin. When she speaks, I mean, you could tell that she was schooled in London and then Harvard and then all of that. And she wrote a magnificent book, went to the book signing. But they are true Africanist. I'm talking about when you talk about Liberia, this woman just go with its history of Liberia. You talk about this country, that country, but the Luo people will never forget and never forgive. They felt like they connive again. And just like some of us that grew up during the Baka Mafia time, we felt like that. The people connive against Baka to never hold state power. And that's the same feeling I'm feeling coming out of Kenya.
Yeah, I mean, Raila, I think he contested election 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Never really did win. Like you're saying, I think there had to be some kind of conspiracy.
He's a kind of a progressive of Kenya. The progressive never won election.
The last election they stole it from him.
Everybody thought he didn't interrupt us. So I thought he coming start. Hey, Sidiki, you say you seen it right now, Johnny? Hey, Robert, you see it at the progressive.
You not start again.
Sorry, go ahead.
The
progressive. I would not be the
progressive vote again. We election. Go ahead.
Before you go forward, guys. I heard Snow talking. Did my boy Sano relapse again or what? Because
Sano, you say he had gone through rehabilitation. But I was going to say quickly. I know Robert, welcome. Raila and Ruto. It was a very tightly fought election. Uhuru Kenyatta, who we all know is the son of the first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta. Ruto was his deputy, and he had to endorse Ruto. And that election, I think Ruto won by a razor-thin margin. In fact, Raila.
No, but the number he endorsed, Raila, not Ruto.
He does.
Oh, I got it upside down.
Yeah, he supported Raila.
Okay.
He didn't support his vice president, but he
didn't support Ruto. Yeah.
And thanks for that correction, Sylvester. But anyway, to quickly pass it on, still it was a tightly fought race. I think Odinga and his coalition even went to court because I think Raila won by Ruto won by and now Ruto has grown to be one of the most unpopular presidents in recent times in Kenya. But yeah, I think we all will mourn his passing. Like Johnny said, in many ways you could compare him to Graham Matthews, because he fought a long fight and yet he never had a chance to serve his people as president. Who knows? Maybe he would have done better than Ruto is doing now.
Hey guys, somebody please.
Control your mic, man, please.
But anyway, I will leave it there and I will pass it on to you guys. But yeah, may his I think I saw some casket on. I don't know if he's already been buried. I don't know if he was a Muslim, but
yesterday his body was being brought back into the country, and there were chaos. The whole airport was inundated.
Right.
The breach security. I mean, the play was something that 3 people here say at least 3 dead after Kenya police opened fire on to disperse mourners.
Right.
I mean, the whole country is upside down.
Yeah.
So I mean, he is so beloved. When the plane was landing on Jomo Kenyatta International Airport,
yes,
they had a perimeter, right, where the people can stand for the plane to land. The people just rushed when the plane was touching down. They broke the fence and just rushed towards the airport. They had to close the entire airport. Let me welcome Robert Gagwa. Welcome. We are paying respect to.
But as Robert is coming, I just wanted to mention lately we've lost a lot of high-profile African leaders. I think we all know Buhari just passed not too long ago as well. So
in that
same age group, and the same kind of reception I think met him when his body was brought home. People all in the streets and all of that. But may their souls rest in peace. Welcome, Robert.
Let me go to Truth in Ink, then we'll go to Robert. Go ahead.
Yes. So while we pay respect to the great revolutionary Odinga, we think his struggle reflects the struggle of many African revolutionaries across the continent. But I just want to draw something that seems to also be common in African countries and among African leaders. This man died not in Kenya, but in India in an attempt to seek medical attention. Kenya is a progressive, fast-growing country, but even so, it appears like Liberia, its own health facility is not amongst the best. So you see, two things the devil said to me. Africans usually don't pay much attention to their health, medical attention, seeking these, getting to understand where they are, particularly so when you come, of course, eventually we will all die, but sometimes it's good to do this regular checkup and because heart attack is often as a result of other issues being built up and built up and built up, and then eventually the heart just collapse or something like that. But more than that, it also said that our health sector in our country, in African countries, we need to pay serious attention to it. Buhari died, the bury body from this place. A person died always from that place. It means that we are not sure when African leaders are said to go to facilities within the country, because as much and as long as they have advocated and become leaders, they don't pay attention to that sector. And look, it's a shame. It's an embarrassment. I mean, it's one thing if a private person would take a trip out of but you can't be leaders of the country, managing the country resources, but you tend to see medical attention somewhere else, suggesting that it's that good in your country. So, that's an embarrassment to Africa. I hope that these different steps will open our eyes to understand that we must invest in our health center. May the soul of that soil rest in peace, but we need to do better than that.
Well, I spoke to the president of the Kenyan community here in Melbourne, and she said he didn't trust the system there because he was a soldier. So the man 80 years old, right? This man is these people. This guy that said he didn't trust the opposition because they just didn't like him, and I won't blame him because the Kenyatta, the Kikuyus, and now the Jenny, where this man belonged to, all of these people. The last election, they got almost 3,000 people got killed. Man, I mean, we're talking about with machete and stick and everything else. So it's a serious problem there between Odinga and everybody else. So I won't be surprised he did this because of fear of being sabotaged. Robert Gagwa, come on, chime in. So we'll go to a light one here.
So it was good that you mentioned that, because I was about to tell Siddiqui that you can't even compare healthcare in Kenya to Liberia. Liberia has dysfunctional healthcare. It's not even close. Kenya has one of the best healthcare system in Africa. The healthcare system out there is broken down into three different sectors. You got the public, you have the private, and you have the fifth base. They do have some deficiencies in healthcare delivered in the public sector, but even at that, it's still one of the best in Africa. The private sector healthcare is you can compare that with what deliveries are in Cape Town. We know healthcare delivery in South Africa is, you can compare that with many countries in Europe. So I don't think Kenya, the reason why he sought healthcare had anything to do with a broken healthcare system, as we see happen in Liberia. I think it was more so about preference and like Jerome said, trust. Let's not also forget that Odinga came from a very wealthy family. His dad was a very not just politically influential guy, but they had a lot of money. So he was literally born into that kind of structure. So he's the kind of guy who could afford anything. He did not come from the struggle like you have the Nelson Mandelas, who came from the Gotas, you know, like the George, I mean, many other leaders in Africa. He came from a very rich family. That's the reason why his kids are, you know, even without political power, his children are able to go to some of the best schools in the world. So no, I don't think it had anything to do with healthcare delivery. It was just his preference, and he didn't trust the system. But what is amazing to me though about this is the fact that
I disagree, but when you finish, I will come back with that
yeah,
information.
that's fine. But this is just, I mean, I'm not making this up. Kenya health care is one of the best in Africa. Again, there are challenges with the public sector, but even with the public sector healthcare, you can't. It does not compare. You know, and you know, with Liberia, we have a
No, no.
non-functional system. Again, when you specifically talk about why these leaders are seeking medical care, bro, I'm not sure what's happening in Nigeria, but I know for a fact, because I got friends who live in Kenya. I know for a fact that the healthcare system in Kenya, and even if you researched it, it's one of the best in Africa, especially the private healthcare sector in Kenya. It's amongst the best. So again, I think it was more preferential. I think he could afford that, and he didn't trust, and he decided to go to India. He could have gone anywhere else, but again, he comes from a rich family, and he can afford to do that. Unlike our politicians who are poor, and they can only afford to travel abroad to seek medical attention by using taxpayer money, because a buck of them would not be able to afford to travel abroad for medical health care if they were to depend on their own pockets. I mean, I think this is not even close, right? This guy was a very very rich man. His family is very rich, and he could afford to seek health care anywhere of his choice. But what caught my attention about his this struggle is that many describe him as the man who shaped Kenya's politics, right? This is when you talk to Kenyans. I was speaking to a friend of mine I went to college with a few days ago. He a lot of people admired him. They even said that he would have been probably one of the best transformative leaders in Kenya. Kenyans loved him, but shockingly, he never won the presidency. And this is where it just doesn't make sense to me. You have people who are self-made. You have people who have the best ideas. You have people internally and externally believe have all of the tools to be the best leader in Africa. This is not just about Liberia necessarily, but when it comes to giving them the opportunity to lead, they're often fought right by the status quo. And so the fact that I know he came very close to becoming president in 2008, I think it's the closest of the race that he had, as compared to 2022 when he contested, which was the last time he contested. He came very close in 2008. But the fact that this man has so much influence on Kenya's politics, the structure of Kenya politics, reshaping the mind, the operation, influencing Africa, the continent, and could not get the presidency in Kenya. It tells you a lot about the mindset in Africa. And this is a mindset that we must fight, because we cannot continue to overlook good men and good women. Good men and good women. Men and good women who may not have the political capital. They may not be as popular. They may not, have the kind of influence. But when we know that they have what it takes to deliver, I think it's important that we stand up, and say, you know what, I think it's time we change the trajectory of our politics and the way that the and our leadership and our expectation and the way we do things. May so rest in peace. And I can only wonder. I know politics in Kenya is reshaping, but would they ever have a guy like that again? And that's a question for generations to answer.
Inc., you had a rebuttal.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't, first of all, I wasn't comparing this. I was not using Liberia health system as a standard of big, but I said, like we see in Liberia, our leaders, policy maker will seek medical attention elsewhere because they have not sufficiently and significantly invested in the health sector of the respective countries. So we see in Nigeria now we hearing with Odinga in Kenya, and I stand by that because the minimum standard of being of average was what the Abuja Declaration requested, that at least African countries should invest the minimum of 15% of its GDP in the healthcare sector, so that at least it can be considered at a minimum rate. And of course, Kenya and many other countries haven't been able to do so. So it was on the basis of that I said that they have not been able to reach that 15% mark. So I was not using Liberia as a go-to standard, but the truth of the matter is not just Odinga, but majority of our politicians, including Kenya's politicians, travel outside of Kenya every time when they want to seek or something. Your friend, Lumumba, or Patrick Lumumba, that was on the show, he made reference to that on numerous occasions. He made reference to that he's from Kenya. He made reference to that on numerous occasions. So I wasn't just saying it on the basis of Liberia being the standard. Obviously, we know there's nothing in Liberia. There's nothing there. Since I got sick with the hospital, I can technically say there's no hospital in Liberia. When you define hospital in the context of its services, there's none in Liberia. We have one doctor here, one hospital here, there's no hospital there, Robert. So I was not using Liberia. Basically, that's what I want to say. But all I think is true. He was a very wealthy guy. He had a lot of money. And the truth is also, he gained his wealth not by government.
That's right.
Yeah, he gained his wealth not through his time in government. He was a very serious businessman, except that he put politics in front so people did not really get to know his business acumen outside of that. But he was a very wealthy guy.
So, can we compare him to the Nigerian Michelle Abiola?
I think Abiola was richer than him, but
in terms of businessman, then going to politics and then dying in the process.
No, but I think Odinga was more than just the regular politician. He was a revolutionary. Beyond that, he comes from that background. Of course, you know his father was one of the leaders of Kenya's own evolution. He was, I think, former vice president was his dad, and second leader in that whole reform movement in Kenya. So he comes from it. Ebola then became wealthy people to politics, you know. So after acquiring wealth, the next thing would be, okay, let me go into politics. And most of his wealth, of course, Ebola came from business deal from government. He got
a lot of questionable business, a lot of questionable business deals.
Yeah,
well.
but
So you can't compare him.
Yeah, Odinga in the oil industry. In the oil industry, he had private business in the oil industry. He was also involved in real estate, you know, and agriculture. Yeah. But I think the former president is richer than him, though. The former president.
Okay. You know, Rabbi, you're talking about the health system in Kenya. You know, I had an experience when I was there a few weeks ago, and I experienced fever. And, you know, I went to the hospital. After I did my lab test, first the doctor told me, the lady said, well, do not expect malaria. I said, why? She said, because we don't have malaria in Nairobi. There's no malaria. We have malaria have been defeated, except outside of Nairobi, but there's no malaria. I said, but I have just done my medical before leaving from Liberia, like a few days before coming. She said, but right now, if you experience malaria, then you came away from Liberia. It's not in Nigeria, in Nairobi. But of course, then after my result came, they said I didn't have malaria, maybe because of the weather. It was very cold for me there. So, but I think they are doing, and I was shocked. I was shocked to hear that, you know, African country has fought to remove malaria or defeat malaria in that kind of huge city. You know, I didn't believe it when I went back to my section. My colleague was sitting along with. I said, I heard something in the hospital that this place has no malaria. He said, oh no. And Nairobi has no malaria at all. No malaria at all in Nairobi.
They have
The
significantly.
Foundation has invested a lot of money in that place.
They have.
I mean, I was shocked. You know, I was surprised because I know malaria for all in Liberia. malaria
Eric,
or
just take
typhoid,
that.
malaria or typhoid. You
Yeah,
know,
because one quickly, Mr. Jerome. No, this is why I said which Liberia should not even be part of this conversation when it comes to that. I want to re-emphasize that. You know, every time you go to the hospital, they'll give you drip for everything, even when you don't need drip. That's the first thing, right? They don't. We don't have a system to begin with. That's why I kept saying. I said from the Genesis, Kenya is not on the same level. We should not even make the comparison, right? Even some of the other African countries where these leaders go abroad for medical attention, sometimes is based on preference, right? It may not be at a first world level, but it's significantly better than Liberia. We do not have anything, and also the point I want to stress is a lot of our folks who travel abroad for medical attention are relatively poor people that would not have been able to afford overseas medical if it were not for political offices that they hold. They would not have. I'll be honest with you. I can name a lot of them, and I'm not going to do that. Unlike Kenya, you got businessmen and women who are in a private healthcare in Kenya. But they have a lot of money. They can go abroad. They can go to London. They can go to America. They can go anywhere else. But you take some of our politicians today and you take them from power, give them 5 years. Do you think these guys will be able to afford to buy the plane ticket to go anywhere else, at least or say pay for a foreign medical? It's very expensive. It's not cheap. And so when we talk about how our leaders in Africa, including Liberia, are not investing in healthcare, but they are, seeking medical care abroad, Liberia should be an exception because a lot of poor people can now afford to travel abroad for medical attention on the backs of the very poor Liberians that they suppress, and they have no sense whatsoever to say, you know what? Why don't we invest in ensuring that we have a great healthcare in our country? Because I'm not always going to be in this position. I'm not always going to be in the position that I enjoy today, where I can use taxpayer money to fly left and right for medical attention. I'm not always. Why don't we invest in great healthcare system in our country? They're not thinking about that because they don't
how
come
will
from that
how will we
mindset.
how will we invest into healthcare when we're giving somebody 7,000, 11,000 every month?
Let me go to Pee Wee. Pee Wee, this guy graduated from one of the top universities in Germany in 1971. He came back and started equipment processing business. He transitioned into energy sector, manufacturing, real estate, you name it. In fact, he was accused on one of the campaigns. He reported liquid asset, 18.5 million US. And the folks said he was lying because he was worth more than that. Can you imagine that kind of money and wealth? Politician before. I mean, outside of politics, this is business now. You are muted, Pee Wee.
He was beyond he getting business. He was a very, so how do I say this? The first time I interacted with him personally was in South Africa, in Durban. He had gone there for a business section, and he's one of those that not only will move young people, but the reason why he got into politics was it is now some are trying to do a comparison between he and Abiola. Yeah, Abiola was a very entrenched businessman coming new to politics. For him, he was grown a politician.
Right.
And also grown a politician and a businessman. So he was very well great in terms of networking. He intersplashed politics and business at the same time. He was very good at doing that. But there was nothing will unfold. There's time that when he was even prime minister, he was also accused. There's the other side of it that he gave some very lucrative contracts to other partners and other things. But he inherited some vast wealth from his family, and he was into that. But one of the things one we particularly look into him beyond his line is that the reason why, unfortunately, he didn't get the presidency was on the basis of tribal politics. And it was difficult for them to allow the Luo, and even currently the reason why, and if may have had the opportunity he would have gone for a third term, but the Kenyan didn't accept that. The Kenya is a very progressive and very aggressive kind of a politics, particularly young people. They can be very adamant when they decide to do something to stop other things from happening. So yeah, he was entrenched a grown politician, and that kind of a politics he played. But he didn't suck on to the public fund, like those that want to pillage public resources and we use as a springboard to get to the limelight of politics. He didn't do that, but he was a career politician, a career public servant, and a successful businessman also. Learning that from his family. It's a family legacy. It's not only that.
Actually, his father served as vice president to Jomo Kenyatta.
Yes, his father
after the independence.
His father didn't even serve as vice president, but his father plays a lot of other significant role in setting. Now, part of the approach of his father would have been the president, but there was some issue that unfolded. You know, if you study deeply the Kenyan history, you read about Daniel Arap Moi, and when Arap Moi was the anointed boy, and the fact that he got anointed and other things. So, but he grew up in it like you were born a prince to a king father, and then they started nurturing you as the next heir apparent to take on the kingship. Then you start learning the rudiments as to how to be a king, how to understand royalty and all those things. So I mean, greatly. So now he will be missed actually, and really nothing much again I have to say about him. But he's somebody that I personally interacted with. He had this personnel that would have gone above any valid line to see. So it's very great man. Other thing, he got a great personality.
Okay, guys, let's. I don't know. Should we go a little light and have fun here, or we should go? But let's take this. We'll lead this into tomorrow. We're gonna have a little fun. The husband of a married woman sued in Liberia. The pastor pregnant his wife. The wife went to court and said the husband lied on her. She's pregnant for her husband. She only went to the pastor for prayer. Okay. Married woman denied pastor's impregnation claim, says child belongs to the husband. And they say married woman can born to pastor. So here we are now. Their case is stuck because the IG have already said that there's no DNA machine in the country. So this husband.
Yeah, hold a kid when she gave birth. That's a long debate.
But wait. So the pastor is actually claiming a pregnancy?
No.
Listen, a married woman at the center of a scandal involving Pastor Jenkins Johnson of the More Change of Ministry Church has told the Criminal Code A that her newborn baby belonged to her husband and not to the pastor who is accused. Appearing before Temple of Justice in Monrovia on the 14th, Musu G. Kwe testified that she and her husband, Michael Kwe, reconciled after a misunderstanding where they were apart and were intimate at a hotel called Think About Yourself on the Japanese highway. She said the baby was conceived at that point during that encounter and not through the relationship with her pastor. The child is my husband, Mrs. Kwe said. She told the court, adding that the family intervention had helped them to settle that dispute earlier before they met that they had that thing at the hotel. The kid, Pastor Jenkins Johnson, General Overseer of the More Change of Ministry Church.
General Overseer.
Oh, yeah.
Liberia, how loud are you? We going nowhere, General. One man got 3 bands said somewhere. He said General Overseer.
Yeah. Mrs. Kwe told the court that she has sought spiritual healing from Pastor Johnson after suffering from a fainting spell. She said the pastor had advised her husband stay away from her for delivering purposes. But this one for Friday. We'll lead it one for Friday. Can you imagine the pastor telling you, say, listen, you having spell, don't go to bed.
No, but Brother Gilman, there's something I have observed in this country. And right now we are laughing, but it will become a social problem soon. You know, it takes me back in 2004, 2005, when this psychology business started. I shared with one of my colleagues at the university campus. I said, if the government doesn't take action to regulate the psycho issue that come to this country, we'll have chaos. And just about a year ago, this guy myself, man, we're having drink. He said, my man, David, he said something, it has come to happen. So we have churches all around the country. In one neighborhood of maybe 20 houses, out of 20 houses, 5 are churches. Okay. Now, I realize now that all the women call their pastors daddy. They kind of honor and respect they give to their pastor. They don't give to their husbands or to their husband. They don't. In fact, they prefer taking the food from their home to go and feed the pastor who they say is praying for them to be blessed or to get some opportunity or some kind of miracle. So that story you're reading, that story has 98% truth in terms of pastor saying, oh, stay away from your husband. We pray for you for the next 14 days or 21 days. It has a lot of evidence. For me, it has a lot of truth because I've been observing around here.
Listen,
You understand?
The gentleman that wrote this story for the investigator, a very good writer, and it is from how can you go to someone for spiritual deliverance, and then the person tells you stay away from your husband for XYZ, and then you stay away from your husband, and then you wait for an opportune time. You say you'll go rekindle your relationship at a place called Think About Yourself.
My last one is because where there is more poverty, more ignorance,
obviously,
religion becomes a solution.
That's a fact. The statistics shows that the more illiteracy and less education, the religiosity goes very, very high at the top of the list. So that one is a fact. Victor, do you have a pastor that can heal?
You remember during our days they had a Never Die Church? You remember that?
Oh, I know. Yes. I know Joseph Slebo. Joseph Slebo Jr. and I were going to school in New Jersey. I know Joseph Slebo very well. Never died. Yes.
Yeah. They had a church in Jamaica Road, right?
Yeah, Never Died Church. In fact, what's over the one where the church, Bujumbura, the church where they say one of the husbands got mad and killed the pastor right there on Camp Johnson Road there. I mean, these things been around for so long that people find themselves, like you say, poverty. Okay, where people are so poor that their only hope in life is through religion, through God, through some divine intervention. That you are going to leave your family, your husband, your children, to go to somebody who promised you deliverance, or somehow you go for healing. And
but in Pastor Jenkins' defense, though, the woman, I think the story says she had fainting spell and he managed to heal her.
That's the epilepsy. That's epilepsy. That's all.
So he managed to heal the woman.
That's
now,
right.
What I don't understand is, according to the story, the husband insisted that she stay on a little more for observation. And now I don't understand how the child business came into this story. But at least he did his job, right? He healed the woman. And she
enough for her to go on a date with her husband.
Exactly.
In a hotel call, think about yourself.
Maybe then you leave the name of the hotel, think about yourself.
But Karl Marx said religion is
opium
for people.
That's
then
right.
Napoleon doubled down on that to say it is what the rich use to keep the poor people from murdering them.
Of course.
In other words, it is not more about a faith that will provide transformation.
No.
It's more that will be one that will just consciously check you.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Consciously check you. Don't when I reach, not because I'm taking it from you, don't get that prayer to go your own region will come.
And tell you, don't expect it here. When you die, you will get it. Go up there.
And they have Sylvester, I know you come. They had a way. I know in the case of the Never Die Church, right? If you were to die, the bishop would say because you never believed.
Yeah, they would disown you.
Yeah, and so they always had a way out.
Until Joseph Slavo himself died, and people say
he didn't die in purgatory. He said,
yeah, okay, he's purgatory. Go ahead, Pee-wee.
That is something very serious, and who sometimes study about religion and and just get some comfort of it. The very king we were just talking about Raila Odinga just now, almost a year and a half ago or so, or two. There's a Kenyan pastor and the whole clerical team got arrested
for Jesus.
Yes, and almost 200 people got killed from that thing in that part of Kenya.
Yeah.
I told the people to keep them to just go for perpetual starvation.
No.
That they were going to get their miracle, and people believe that.
And died during the process.
Yes, they died. They get in that place, they're praying. He kept people there praying, and they were just there dying. He said the more other people, I didn't understand. But how did it happen until the authority got the information was lit? 200 already died. 200 they died, they will go do mass burial. You see this, that thing. And I don't know. And back in our country, it is true. You see married women calling pastor daddy. Oh, time to call daddy, they would disrupt everything.
And they'll go for terrorists and 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. I think that concept came from Nigeria.
Of course.
After they coming into the country.
And for me, I can say this for the record. If my wife called pastor daddy, that second you leaving. My wife called a pastor daddy, you gone. Listen, and the fact that we failed to change the line.
Wait, who going? The wife or the pastor? Who going?
The wife will go.
but listen.
Oh, where's she going? She going to her daddy?
I don't know. Maybe you'll go in front of the daddy if you wanted the daddy something that so you'll be at one of the. Listen, there have to be a line. And thank God, I don't have a wife that believes in those kind of tendencies. Those that will allow their women to be doing daddy, and they accept to their sin. And there was a time one of my male complaining. He going where daddy said we should talk. He said then she called it for a here. Then the guy said, yeah, they tell you Ghana. If so, daddy said we should talk. Daddy said we should do this. And in the churches, I invited one other time to one church. They call it, the church is on the back of, I think, is that around, I think, it's around after JFK, the street, it's at 24th Street? No, not 24th Street. When you
mean down the street, down the block, the FE area there?
Yes, they call the guy Oracle. The Oracle. They mean the guy for the guy, the Oracle. Look, Mr. Kim, I was invited. I didn't want to go. But somebody pushed me and said, go. I thought we in the Africa say I want to start that day. But I said because I love to be very observant. So walking into the church, because you're being a very huge elephant. And I started seeing the boxes. So C for more blessing. One.
Wow.
C for passport. Passport C. Passport.
Yeah.
Passport.
Yeah.
To forget visa that day. That basket.
Yeah.
Visa basket.
Visa basket.
There's another basket there for market women to make multiple profit. That basket.
Oh yeah.
Which one you put your money in?
I'm coming. I will share this, but I thought to ready to do this. I started naturally. I've checked Mr. Nambe. I counted 17 boxes. And they 17 of them. And I didn't talk about there's only put in the car. Then they had sorry, I will take this small time. I'll have this explanation. They had it how they call it Washington, the time to come and and show because the president, what they they can call man.
Praise and worship.
Not praise and worship. They tell you and confess.
You gotta testify.
To you. Revelation,
testimony time.
Testimony. Thank you. Testimony. They brought one lady and her business said that lady in which that the first thing they come to the demon phone. We saw that thing. So when that thing got through, then the session started and they play back.
Of course.
Everybody go to this. They say, okay, they're coming to pray for them. Everybody got to sow seed for the thing. They got to go to that basket. Everybody go to all the basketball. Can't see the women there. Oh, I got my lies. I would do that. They're pushing it.
The oracle.
Yeah.
The oracle working.
They call him the oracle. I asked the question, I mean, they somewhere around oracle. I was there. I got the call the I just sitting. I'm not going nowhere. I just sitting. And the person that came, I was very mad. The only thing I couldn't walk out of the church. Then I was there.
I can walk and go. I can say, I see you.
When I looked up, I saw the guy, the guy was sitting there, well dressed in his 3-piece and he was beautifully dressed.
Yeah.
After service, to cut the thing short quickly, after service, I came out. I can remember when I come for the general offering, I went and put money. I think I put like $300. After service, I came out. When I come out, I saw a Land Rover Jeep.
Of course.
That's it. Now the pastor I saw Nissan, not Nissan, the Hyundai Santa Fe. And then when I was west on park there. Not a vehicle.
Yeah.
I got in my car and left. The person told me, I told the person, said, no, never ever invite me to that place. I would never step forward. But that's the story about it. In no time. And they said the guy living on Ralphie High with the house he built there.
Of course, you might be
Nigeria.
Nigerian.
People are going and paying that money every day and other things. No, come on. I got a woman, you call the man, daddy, you gone.
Look, the
I was in
Nigerian.
Monrovia, right, Jerome? I was in Monrovia, I think 2 years ago, right around the Bamuma. There's something they call fire by fire, whatever it is. But this guy was selling sand. And I said sand. Take the sand from the beach and bring it, bless it, and put it in a bottle pool, buy that thing thousands of dollars. Sand.
I come in quickly. That's what government. Let me give me. I mean, you may government know. There's a guy to be on the police academy road there. They don't want to say that arrested for nothing. What we need?
Solution Temple. People will call Solution Temple.
Oh, that man play with people.
Where is the Solution Temple?
Solution Temple out there.
Solution Temple.
One of Nigerian working on that guy. That guy play with the brains though.
Of course.
No, that man handkerchief. Right? The guys will guess. The guy will go fry the handkerchief and bring it in the coach right? Eh? The man will go put a handkerchief. The man put a handkerchief. People buying one handkerchief for $100 US.
Yeah.
And when the man bring a handkerchief in the church, see the women there fighting on it to buy it. They won't for themselves to buy it.
What does the handkerchief do?
I don't know. They say we'll get a blessing.
Wow.
Look, I got robbed. I got robbed people. The man get shot. They shot. They eating something get shot. The man put small in the plastic and said it. See there for on it.
Follow US for that stuff. Follow US for follow US.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I mean, why would a whole country listen? It's funny.
And it's not going on now. It's going on now.
It's still going on.
Why you think Kigali have put stop to all that?
Yes,
exactly.
All the mosque.
I mean, to be developed, you need brave leaders.
Desmond Tutu said, when a white man came, they told us close our eyes.
Yeah.
They gave all the Bible. By the time I opened the collect our land, we had the land. They collected the land and left the Bible.
But look at this. You can see this?
No, not clear.
Oh, in Kenya, this man appeared. They say he's Jesus.
Oh yeah, the Bible when it come to that.
You see Kenya? You see how he look? They arrested a white guy and this pastor. They arrested them. This man, they paraded him in town that Jesus was coming. And thousands of people until the police came and arrested him. And they found out they deported him the next day. They found out it was a scam.
This is I mean, it's just craziness. I mean, I mean, even the churches, the churches are these days, not all the churches, but the kind of BM work that is happening in the churches.
Calling charismatic churches.
You would not even believe it. I think they are part of the problem. I mean, they are seriously part. of the problem. And for me, it's not strange to see. I'm. Do you know how many choir directors and these guys that are sleeping with the pastors? I mean, these guys is not strange. But should the court be wasting its time behind who is pregnant for this? Like Sylvester said, just keep the baby. When the child is born, go and do DNA, and you handle your business. They handle your business
Listen,
there.
your IG say you got no DNA machine in the country. So the husband sued the wife. Say, you're not pregnant for me. Then she said, but you and I, we when we wanted to reconcile. We went to the hotel call, thinking about yourself. That and I got pregnant. So he said that's a lie. So he sued her.
So what I would like to ask the IG is that, because maybe he can ask the president, is that you can ask the president and he can ask the speaker, because the speaker and the president, they are buddies. They come from the same party. They are the one running our country right now. So you have no DNA testing machine. You have to go abroad to have a DNA test done. Meanwhile, the president was at the on Capitol Hill the last time, all smiles, with a sign in his hand, with a proposed building, and they said they're building a new Supreme Court, right? Lawmakers are pushing to spend $1 million to purchase vehicles for their chief of staff officers. All right, and then there's this $10 million or so project going on in Lofa. So we're missing all of these essential things, right? But yet and still, we don't got money to buy them. Look at the University of Liberia. We ain't got money to renovate. We ain't got money to do this. But we got money for all of these different projects that would do nothing to some of the bread and butter issues that we are facing with right now. So how much does a DNA machine cost? You mean to tell me our government cannot afford to buy a DNA machine in Liberia?
No, Robert, there's one here, but nobody operated.
Okay, so if no one operated, they were in the diaspora. These are some of the things we're talking about. They should have come with a proposal right now and said, listen, we want to collaborate with someone who in the diaspora during the health breakout session, to say, you know what, even if you can't come to Liberia to move right away, come there and do maybe a monthly kind of thing, or be on call. If we need you, you come and you work on this machine, and you train some of our folks how to work on the machine. These are some of the common sense things we're talking about. But it came to DC, none of that stuff came up. You got a DNA test machine in Liberia, and the whole country. You telling me we don't have any Liberian that can go and work a DNA test machine? But you come to engage the diaspora, and you never brought that up.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
It is, guys. Let's close on this particular story here. Honorable P, let me start with Robert on this one. Robert, they said over 300 Liberian migrants deported from Algeria are crying out for urgent intervention from the Liberian government as they remain stranded in dire condition in Niger. Look at the red name out of Algeria, and they're in the desert somewhere. Three Liberians. They are asking the Liberian government to intervene. He said the group currently housed under a CARE International Organization for Migration in the desert town of Asamaka. Said they have been abandoned, left to suffer in silence. One of the migrants, George Dolo, shared his harrowing ordeal in a letter to Front Page Africa, appealing for national attention and a swift repatriation process. We are not criminals. We are Liberian sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, who simply wanted a better life. Now all we are asking is to be brought back home. Is the government responsible? You went to look for like a greener pasture. It turned out it's a desert and not green. What's going on here?
Yeah, the government is responsible. It is the government responsibility to create an environment for its citizens to thrive. And we always joke with it, but if you were to open the gates right now for Liberians to travel, not just to the U.S., anywhere else that they can work and they can secure a future for themselves and their children, they would do. The whole country will be empty. with the exception of those who got money. And those who got money, the 10%, or the 5% of the folks who got money, they already travel with other passports. So they're not stuck in Liberia as well. And those who are stuck in Liberia, or considered stuck in Liberia, they have other means to travel in other places. But the massive are struggling. So yeah, it is the government responsibility, because if you ask Mr. Dolo, you know, had he been given the opportunity to seek greener pasture in his own country, there will be no reason for him to go to Algeria. Yeah, so it is the responsibility. Ms. Jerome, remember, there was a group that left with the former ambassador, cultural ambassador to China. You know, why were they arrested at the airport? They were arrested at the airport because they attempted to flee, and they got caught. They were given visa to enter the country. They should have returned, and they didn't. Why were they trying to flee? Because they themselves were trying to escape. They were trying to hustle their way and for greener pasture. Look, listen, it's embarrassing, and I feel bad. I feel very, very bad. People take trips and they never return. They never return back home.
It's so terrible.
People take trips and they never return, and they know this is my opportunity to escape. And those that return, they're laughed at by their friends. Oh man, you went to heaven doing, you came back here to the country here. You know how many people have come to America? They're struggling in Liberia. They return. They've returned. They don't have anything. And you know how many times they are laughed at in Liberia? I mean, I would never come to America. I would never go to Europe and return. People are struggling. And our government, our elected officials have not created for them an environment for them to thrive. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. If I was in the shoes of these people, I don't know what I would do. I would probably do anything to survive as well. I would do anything to survive. But the most frustrating thing about it is that people have come to the realization that they can survive anywhere else other than Liberia. You're talking about Niger, you're talking about China, you're talking about South Korea. I mean, you name the kind of countries you would not find Liberians at. Anywhere they can go, they will thrive. People are even going to Ghana to survive. A nearby country, people are going to Sierra Leone to survive. Can you imagine? So yeah, it is the government responsibility. And I will close on this note. Look at what hell Liberians went through in Ghana. And people can make all the excuses. Oh, some of these guys were giving money to return back home. The group during the last negotiation under the Weah administration, I went to that Ghana. I went to the Buluburan camp. I met those people. When you go to that camp and you meet those people that were in that camp, you would think you were in a war zone. They got buses to return home. Ask the government, what progress has been made since those folks returned home? Some of them went, they took them out of Monrovia, put them in homes, and that was the end of it. They were supposed to give folks $150. Some of them, 80% of the folks never got a dime. That was the end of it. So the government don't have anything. The government don't have any plans to ensure that Liberians can work in their own country. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And all these guys do it make beep mouth. They make beep mouth as if when Comey said nothing it has changed, they start pointing to electricity. They start pointing to this. How is that impacting the lives of those poor folks that cannot even afford electricity? How?
You were talking about electricity. We were talking about it before you came on. There was an electrical blackout, and the House of Representatives went dark, and they had to perform their duties in the dark. But Honorable Pee-wee, look at this. I mean, it is. I know you can't see it, but look, the people are sleeping in the element on the ground with only a blanket. According to Dolo, the group was rounded up by the Algerian authority, detained without charges, and later abandoned in the desert. A place that is notorious for scorching heat. We are beaten, locked up, and treated like animals. Then we were loaded into a truck and dumped in the desert. Dolo said some of us thought we were going to die. the rescue came only through an intervention by the IOM. He said because of our skin color, obviously, the Arabs don't let black people, we say this over and over, because of our skin color, we endure racism, abuse, and inhumane treatment in the hands of the Algerians. They forcibly put them in a truck. They thought they were going home, but it took them in the desert and just disposed of them there.
This is not a new story to me particularly. I can remember when I served as an assistant minister of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we had similar situation with the Algerian government. Then the then Foreign Minister Bassem Gaffini had to do a lot of phone calls with. Had to make a move into Conakry to contact the Algerian ambassador there to see, and he contacted directly his counterpart to do some intervention on some Liberians that were also called, they were being subjected to a lot of torture and other things in Algerian prison, if you will. So Liberia have not had a good time, particularly African. The Algerians are very xenophobic kind of a people towards Black Africans. You see, the Algerians, the Egyptians,
the whole North,
the Tunisian, the entire North, right? They got that kind of a xenophobic attitude towards the rest of Africa. It's very, very much terrible. And we Africans, we have to learn that. Also, time we have to learn to understand that. But we always use many migrants seeking for greener pasture would try to use that route. It's one of the routes those traffickers or those migrants would use, if you will, to see if they can get to Europe, somehow get through to come on the side of the world. So the news that as a means, as a conduit by which they believe is a kind of a route they were going to get through, but it's a very dangerous and very difficult route to pass through. You pass into Niger, sometimes Mali, Niger, then Libya, or sometimes Algeria, if you will. So, but the Liberian government, we have no option now to, and that's one of the reasons why we have government. But again, we don't prepare for this kind of a thing in our country, particularly Liberia. The Minister of Foreign Affairs should be on top of this. The Foreign Minister should be contacting her counterpart in Algiers and getting on top of that story. So here we have most of our citizens that are being treated in a very inhumane way, right? And this is unacceptable. This is against the AU chapter for the respect for human dignity. There's a chapter that we all sign. We have to uphold the chapter and respect it. So, but again, the first and foremost thing, the Liberian government should be demanding immediately, the Algerian government, if these people didn't commit crime in their country, they are Africans, they have the right. We have this African free trade zone that we committed to. It's a treaty and the part of the communique that was signed by African leaders so that we respect other African members if they found themselves in a kind of difficult time. But what I immediately call the Liberian government to do is that, and yeah, listen to what Rawa says is true, because if there's no opportunity back in the country, you see people getting out to seek for more opportunity outside of Liberia. But that does not give the Algerian government or the Algerian people the right to subject our fellow compatriots in the kind of inhumane treatment. But now what the government can do is to say, hey, these are our citizens. You can't treat them that way. Listen, can you avail? We need you to provide their living bodies, and we can do a charter flight. But the Liberian government cannot do those small things. All over the world, you put money in the budget for these things, emergency for your citizens. Sometimes they will be caught up in certain very unfavorable conditions. So now, what's the way you try to do things and muster the courage and deploy international diplomacy? That's diplomacy here. You have to do public diplomacy to engage your Algerian government to say, our people are here, you got them, you treated them this way, and it is again, and you have to cite. It is also in the Vienna Convention. You cite the Vienna Convention about inhumane treatment because we do have a diplomatic relationship, a bilateral diplomatic relationship with Algeria. We can cite that It is their responsibility to protect our citizens via our diplomatic relationship we have with them. So we also cite the Vienna Convention if they did violate anything thereof, so that we do that and deploy the necessary resources to repatriate those Liberians that are being treated inhumanely by our Algerian counterparts. So it's important. Yeah, we agree that they were leaving the country for opportunistic reasons, but the fact that they've been caught up in certain embarrassment, how can we counter that and immediately move as a government to resolve the matter? It's important that we emphasize it moving forward, that the government, foreign minister, if you listen to whosoever the Minister of Foreign Affairs, you have to engage. You have to engage your counterpart to have the result. We can allow our brother and sister. What you're seeing there, you are seeing it very close, and I'm seeing it from distance. It's unacceptable, and that is the very harsh terrain. Those desert terrain is very harsh, unfavorable terrain, dangerous. So are we as a country where, and the reason why we call government, government is powerful to the extent that's your role. You have to, you see sometimes this country that will sometimes spend more than $1 billion just to free one person or deploy resources to do that. I know there's a world richest country. We don't have to compare that, but at least we can afford many emergency to charter one plane. If we have to charter that plane, so if we pay $100,000 to charter a plane, tell all the people that the Algerian government, we need the people buy their ticket, you send the ticket, they get on the plane to come back. Put them on the plane to come. They will put on the plane, they're going to come home. But stop subjecting them to those kind of a treatment. They are not slaves.
Namwe, Mr. Dolo said the most painful part, according to the migrant, is the lack of response from the Liberian authority. He said, despite repeated attempts to contact the Liberian embassy in Senegal, accredited to Niger and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other government officials, Dolo says there have been no concrete response from the Liberian government. We feel forgotten by the very country we call home. The letter reads, our families are waiting for us. The children are waiting. We are just here. We are broken. We are traumatized and mentally broken by what these folks did. Can you imagine? Just took a group of folk, put them in a truck and just dash them in the desert and say, you don't belong in our country. Just because of the color of our skin. What is going on with these people?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about medical tourism here earlier with, Dinga and other people. It's the same thing. Robert, answering affirmative as to whether this falls on the government. I think our government's failure to create hospitable, environment at home, I think is driving most of these compatriots, to go and seek, greener pasture. As someone said, even places like Ghana, even Sierra Leone, they will go there. If those places are, providing better opportunities at home, then, then we are providing at home. And again, it sounds like a broken record, but when you have this happening, and the government is muscling private entities that are creating, job opportunities for Liberians, it makes you wonder, where their priorities are. The brouhaha between Shrimex and LPRC, Ability might end up, putting down 103 Liberian families. I'm not saying employees, families are employees who will in turn, which will affect other family members. And this is what you get, I understand, and Sylvester might, confirm or, deny this, but we don't have a mission in Algiers, in Nigeria. I think the embassy in Morocco is,
in Senegal.
We don't have a mission in Algiers. That's correct.
Exactly.
According to the paper here, the mission in Senegal is in charge of that whole area. Okay. But what we are talking about here is people, Johnny, we had to go to you on the one because it's a historical note. The North there, they have decided, they decided a long time that they are not part of Sub-Saharan Africa. They have never considered themselves Africans. From time immemorial, we know this. And it still shows, after hundreds of years, they still treat us like we are non-humans to them.
Yeah, Mr. Gilman, that's for fight And it was just the late Muammar Gaddafi who realized that they were on a wrong path as North Africans who saw themselves as part of the Middle East. They did not recognize themselves as part of Sub-Saharan Africa or even Black Africa. And so that's it. And again, coming back to the issue of Africans and the Black Africans moving to North Africa to find greener pasture. So now even staying in North Africa to find better life. I mean, people in the desert, you imagine living in the forest with good vegetation, good rain, and a good environment, natural environment, to go and find better life in the desert. I mean, I cannot comprehend that easily. So meaning that if they put that in the desert, like only dry land, they ain't got forest, can make living conditions better for their citizens and create opportunity where people want to go to. So what is wrong with us in West Africa, in East Africa?
Johnny, the thing they got plenty, they got oil.
Hey man.
They got barrels of oil. They need that
people know, listen, they got oil, right? They have oil.
Yeah.
But
So
we have
rich,
what? We have
they are rich countries.
They are rich because they are using the intelligence to make use of the resources.
I agree with you absolutely on that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have been mining iron ore in this country for the last 50 or more years.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we? One steel factory is not here. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, I will tell people, what is our population, Liberia? 5.2, 5.3, 5.5? Small group people. We cannot manage ourselves. We cannot feed ourselves. We cannot organize ourselves. We cannot provide the opportunities for us to be able to live and enjoy and be dignified as Liberians. So somebody say, oh, this person is not patriotic. There are elements that make somebody be patriotic. How do you dignify your citizens? Let's take it back to your family. You know, sociologically, we have 5 institutions: the family, the religion, the education, the politics, and the economy. 5 institutions responsible for society. The family becomes the nuclear, the reproductive machine for society. You, the father of the home, you got your 4 children. Your neighbor next to you got 15 children. Well, your next to 15 children, they have better school, go to better school. They are living good environment. Their home is up to date. You got 4 children. You can even afford a cup of rice for them. But meanwhile, you got 4 children. You got enough land to produce rice. You got enough space to do everything for your children. But because lack of knowledge, go back again to the Christian book that says, for lack of knowledge, my people perish. Perish. That's what happened to us here in Liberia and some other African countries. Our leaders don't have an agenda that will address the people's needs. And for Liberia, like I always tell people, Liberia is easy to govern and manage because we are less people. You got less children. You got less people to feed.
It being easy to manage. What? How come it's complicated? High illiteracy rate of the people mentality. For example,
I'm agreeing with you on this note, right? Let me say what happened. The level at which we think they will do things. If we don't bring system here, when we become 10 million, 15 million, forget it. We'll tell more than Haiti. We'll be out of control. Entirely out of control. So we are small.
Let him land. Go ahead, land, Johnny, so he can come in.
So my point is, our government, and the people say the foreign ministry will try. Yeah, maybe they might. I'm like maybe 90% not sure whether I will ever get help from the government because we are stranded. The government is stranded. We ain't got money. We don't have money. Yeah, I mean, I want to be frank with that. If our minister can say we should pray for our economy, that tells you that we got a problem here.
Siliki, the people treat us like animals. I think when Dr. Lumumba was here, he gave a historical note on how the Arab treated the black slaves. That's why our population is very low in the area. They were castrating us. They did not want us to populate the area. We were subhuman. They call you slaves. And even in modern day, they are still exhibiting those terrible behavior against people that are darker in skin.
Yeah, but I think technology now has brought us to the point where we cannot use complaint and excuses as our major reason why we cannot progress. Because while it is true we are faced with repression and suppression from the white man, but in our typical own setting world of the women, we ourselves create our own situation too. So we need to take responsibility for that. For example, if you went to Tanzania, they got close to 99% literacy rate. Why can't we try to do similar thing in Liberia? Liberia was making serious progress. By the time of Tubman, we were considered as just as good in GDP as even more than Japan.
You said 99%?
No, it's 89. 89% literacy rate.
You said 99? No.
I said close to 99.
No, Tanzania. No, that's not correct.
All right, but whatever the case might be, whatever the number is, I mean, they have an appreciable and advanced society, educated society in Tanzania. They spent time. You know how happy? It was something the teacher, the founding president, it was something he planned. He organized. It wasn't a white man. He realized that the only way his people could be empowered if he provided education for them. And so it became something that is spread in the society. So coming back to your point, I agree. We got all the
Siddiqui, you were very close. It's 82.2%, 0.02%.
Yeah, I mean they spend a lot of time in that. I visited the country, I interacted with the people, and I was amazed. Look, I'm talking about going in the market areas. I'm not talking about maybe in the hard meetings where you go. I'm talking about going to the everyday street and you see people they will rationalize. That is why in countries like that, the leaders are not perfect, but they will deliver because you deal with an informed society. But you come to Liberia, a senator who is responsible to make law, laws and hold executive accountable, go and open 1 3-bedroom place. He said a rehabilitation center, all government agencies contributing to it. Then of course he's going to use that as part of his achievement for which he should be re-elected. And of course, our people will celebrate that as an achievement. Not just him, but I'm using that scenario because it's going everywhere. A man goes in the middle of the town, he builds his private home. He built a private home, he pulled labor to the front, pulled labor to the back, said, Lord, they may have come to develop our country. They may, and the next. So you see, it's because the lack of education. You know, we need to be intentional about it. I think a lot of things that we cannot do in Liberia now, we'll face it, but we need to put money in our education system. That at least in the next 20, 30 years, there shouldn't be any child that cannot go to school. Let us be intentional about it for the next 10, 20, 30 years, so that in 50 years, at least more than half our population must be able to read and write. By the time you cross that place, Coca-Cola factory, by the time you cross it, you gotta go down small. That whole side lost. You leave the Douala side, you go down outside, lost. So where we going? America and all the places that develop, brother, they are able to do so because the educated people. Look at in Liberia, when you put street light on the place or you put this covering, now the people can do, even though they will go uproot it. Uproot it, break down the street light. So I don't know, but our problem, that's it there. You know, the white man get own thing, he did it by ourselves, man. We've been more than 100 and some more years, bro. We have had some of the most educated leaders in our country. Unfortunately, that part of our aspect is not something we seem to be putting much into it, you know, and it's unfortunate until we can do that, bro. And that's what made Liberia very complicated to lead because the people are not electing. Brother, it's difficult. It's difficult, and so it makes it easier for government people to become complacent, to lie. Look at what all the Union Party people do. You get government 24 hours, you lying, you just on Facebook, you're not being serious about your job because you know what? You believe that's what the people want. You related to the people. You got a conscious society, a very conscious society that will deal and hold people accountable. You think you'll be doing that, you do that kind of crap? You say that says you're able to when 1 year old and then you take small money, go to the building, say you'll be re-elected. You carry bag already in a conscious society, you think nothing can work. It would not work. They would demand you to create job. The demand from you will be about job creation, good hospital, good school. But now forget it. All you need to do, steal some money, steal the money. The people know you steal. All you need to do, get pay 1 or 2 percent so you get one group defending you as a very You're a Saint Row. So where we going with that, bro? Where we going with that? Until we educate our society, I don't see what much Pee Wee then can do. I don't see why. The progressive did not, Pee Wee then as progressive, they did not emphasize that point. They wanted political power, but they didn't understand that getting political power in a society of illiterate is of no relevance. As this guy said, Sankara said, a man without any ideology, I'm just paraphrasing him, is worse than your enemy. A comrade who has no idea, a revolutionary without any idea is worse than the enemy. Because nothing is passing. That's what happened in Liberia, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
quickly, the progressive, and we are the neo-progressive. The progressive.
I mean, all I gotta see, what a difference. So what a difference.
You got progressive in your name. Y'all fail us.
Yeah,
No,
but
so
the
you know the
progressive fail.
difference.
But let me come to
Please
say
tell
this.
me the difference, small first, between
Let
you and me.
me
The
say this
difference
quickly.
between you and Nambe. Yeah,
Before the
The
progressive.
representative code said that's small road, capital road, big
Yeah.
road.
Tell all the difference between you and the comrade Nambe.
Then lead the progressive thing out of it. We agree the progressive, the new progressive king. Then from there we saw a progressive quarter. We supported also the CDC Kim. You had the time to do the changes. What did he do? So you see,
CDC did that.
if you want
CDC, no. Wait for me.
Listen,
Correct you. What
listen.
CDC did first, all citizens made universal education, public free. Those are the concepts. That's the vision. That's the idea. It is not perfect. But I'm saying to you, that is the vision.
For me,
Wow.
I don't want to be seen. I don't want you push me to the same. Will say things that will answer me. It's okay. The very universal education you made free, and you brought more difficult town in University of Liberia. That person was not good. It didn't have the university.
No, but you see,
It didn't
you look
have
at
the
the
university.
process. You look at the process. I'm not looking at the problem. I'm looking at the vision.
No,
you
it
look
didn't
at the
have.
process.
No, a vision should be to align with.
No.
That leads. I don't want to go to it. I don't want to go to it. It's okay.
But you know that you can have the vision, then the plan.
Let me just say what I
the
was
vision, Pee-wee, you agree with me? No progressive, no neo-progressive ever advance such thing that, look, this country is so small, there should be no reason why the country people children should struggle to pay for credit at University of Liberia. Let us make it free. That is the vision. Now, its perfection will require people like you who are educated to go and help it. But the idea, for example, in America, Obama
he said no neo-progressive did that?
Of course.
Samuel Tuah is a neo-progressive, a funny member of the neo-progressive.
My man, Samuel Tuah was socialized under the CDC concept.
No, he's a neo-progressive.
Neo-progressive and all failure, my man. Samuel Tuah is a revolutionary of the CDC. You're neo-progressive.
Come here. Who funded? Who are those that funded the CDC?
Let me hear number one. Yeah,
who are you joined. Who are the funding idea law? Now you came later on.
Later on. Our brother who brought the idea.
No, you're not a funding idea law. Who are the funding idea law?
So listen.
The funding idea law. Dr. James Colley is a funding ideologue. These are people that brought the concept about this universal free education thing. He said Samuel Tuah was
I wouldn't take anything from Samuel Tuah in terms of growing CDC, but what I'm telling you, the idea about free education is not a neo-progressive idea. It is a CDC revolutionary idea.
It is a neo-progressive idea that Samuel Tuah brought.
There's one people I won't agree with you.
But I don't want you to agree with me.
Give the people their credit.
Why you got neo-progressive?
I don't want you to agree with me.
Why you got neo-progressive?
It's a neo-progressive.
So you know what gotta do, game man. Anything good. So good is a neo-progressive thing.
I was trying to no. Neo-progressivism is about catapulting the interest of the country. It's one. Projecting the issue about free universal. The thing is about giving the mass bill of the people their side of things, advocating, pushing for them. Not this issue of personal self-aggrandizement that the progressive did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That the progressive did, right? The progressive did that.
Pee-wee, what you put that thing in your cup? You been sipping on it?
Yeah. The progressive.
I think so. I think so because Malcolm Matthew was the friend that talk about free education, talking about from K through that all should be free.
But it seems Malcolm, that thing when you go into the
you know anything about the progressive.
And they see Malcolm Matthew and they see Samuel Doe accused, they will come behind, they will criticize me, then they come to the mansion, they begging for money and seeking the compromise.
They were poor. They had no money.
But to be honest with you, Malcolm Matthew are one of the worst contradiction in progressive. Malcolm Matthew now the Samuel Doe. He was at the executive mansion with Talbot.
Listen.
It's a nephew to Talbot. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, the most struggle he went through, the most, he probably more than 30 days in prison. The boy was, yes, Malcolm Matthew now spent more than a month, at least a month. That was all. Why?
Malcolm Matthew, well, listen, and I'm going to say it again, yo, say this tonight. Malcolm Matthew was agent deployed by those guys to undermine the struggle. You are not sincerely advocating. No, he was not.
I won't. I mean, you fighting. You will not make it.
First of all, Sylvester. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, this is what it called.
This
is Ahmed's point of view. You know, the other day he asked me in the chat room whether they say Matthew was at the PAL office on April 14th. I knew where he was coming up with all of this. But let me tell you this. Matthew's job was to open the eyes of the people, which he did, and he did very effectively. He didn't tell anybody he was going to let me wait now. Listen to you.
How do you measure sincerity? How do you measure sincerity?
He didn't tell anybody he was going to lay down his life for anybody. No, that's not what he was for. Matthew was about working and making a living, while at the same time sharpening the contradictions and opening the eyes of the people, which they did. Matthew Sawyer ordered them. That's what they did. Sawyer didn't say he went for the order, then they went. Sawyer was president of Liberia for a while. So to come and say, you know, it was a contradiction, you know, and all of that, I think it's a misunderstanding of the struggle.
What's a mistake for Matthew to work with the Doe government to you?
Say that again?
Was it a mistake for Matthew to work with the
No, it was not. It was not.
Definitely not. No.
It was not.
Okay.
It was not a mistake, but what happened, and I said this on the show several times, almost all of them, in less than a year of working with the PRC government, they realized the PRC government had different priorities than they did. And they left that government. Kankara was on the show, I believe. He said the same thing.
Why you have to wait for a year when you saw the huge contradiction? Even in weeks, they start executing people. Why you have to wait for a year?
Well, because first of all, you have to make an attempt to sway.
Were they part of the decision to execute those people?
No,
we're not going to go to 13 people right now. I don't want to talk about that. We already
no. I hate.
But let me tell you this.
We cannot forget about history.
First of all,
before you continue, please.
Engage a struggle, you don't just walk away the first contradiction you meet. You try the best you can to solve that problem. But if you
there was a lot of contradiction in the first 3 months. There were
there were a lot of contradiction. That's what I'm saying. That's why they hung around trying to. People there, for instance, you know, during our parents' time, they used to tear in the sun and set any cow down for hot tax. People that came and advocated for, when you were Minister of Planning, advocated for the abolition of the hot tax. So there were suggestions they were making, but the PRC government was not having it. And when they realized they weren't making any impact, they decided it was time to leave.
So what was their thought process? You formed part of them, and something that I said we're discussing, disagree. Ever since then, you always love to attack me when I say something. Also,
you just started attacking just now. You started attacking the progressive community. I'm just trying.
No, I didn't attack them. You see, Mr. Nambe, you have to be patient to understand. People can be criticized, not attacked.
Fairly, but you're criticizing unfairly. Right now, you're taking cheap shots, and what you're saying is unfounded. Most of it is not even half true.
No, but I'm coming back to it now. I'm coming back to that because you part of the progressive line. You said, and we sought most of those. Now they resigned government. At what point they did notice that they have to resign? Maybe in almost year 2. Then most of them started to leave the PRC. But my point is that you form part of them. They started leaving government when they realized that Doe offer a different thing.
No, when
What was the
the
motive that started driving him out of government?
when the PRC took over, right? They came in the middle of serious agitation. You know, the guys were in jail and all of that. The country was.
I got one question for two of all of you. Are you posting this for a fight, or are you guys assuming?
About what?
What you guys discussing about Bacchus and the other guys and Samuel Doe relationship, all of it? Are you saying this for fight, or you are assuming that something happened that led to those things? Because I mean, they probably listen to us here. They are learning something from, or they are not heard some of these things. So I get want to be very clear. If you know that it's their fights, let's say, if we are assuming things, then we shouldn't discuss it.
No, I'm saying stuff that I know that I know about. As
Okay,
for the
good.
allegation, from Ahmed and Sylvester,
I want you to go back to where I want you to go back to where we stopped just then. And I want this to be a little interactive so we can get to that's somewhere I'm driving you. The progressive when the coup, because we for the fight that I know, according to history, when the 79 issue started, the Red Riot issue came out, it was at the back of their mind. You then participated, I want to believe. You were age at the time to participate. I didn't do. I stand to be corrected here. You can correct me on that one. But their mission was to topple the Tobot government. Is that correct?
No, it was not.
No. It was not. Okay, that's not correct, right?
No, that is not correct.
So now, if that is not correct, and I asked D-Con on this show, and he struggled to get an answer on this show when he came on this show, if that was not correct, at what point, because he's admitted that the leaflets you deploy, and then you didn't have a kind of systematic means of communication in terms of social media this time, right?
Right.
So, but you deploy leaflets across the country. Some of the leaflets were dropped in where I live and where I was born also. But then at what point he said, you guys noticed that there would have been trouble the next day. Deacon said it. But then, and my question to him, what effort did you make to call off the protest? He said the time that he noticed that they wanted to call off the protest, that people wanted to infiltrate, it was already late.
I will try to deconflict, because I think first of all, you're talking about the pre-April 14, 1979 protest, and then you talk about participation in government. Those are two different things. But let me tell you this. And before you continue, leading to April 14.
Quickly, okay, go ahead.
Albert Port and Bishop Brown, they were heavily involved in trying to negotiate with the government so that they and the protesters will reach a common understanding and abort the process, abort the protest.
Okay.
Albert Port was in the mansion up to after midnight. When he finally let the guys know that the president had refused to make any concession, but however, the president had said to go and sleep on it, the fellow decided they were going to give the president time. And I said this again, at those days we didn't have social media. ELBC and ELW, they closed around 11:30 in the night. You had no other means of disseminating information. So the plan was they were going to go to the office as early as possible so that when the guys start coming in, they will let them know, gentlemen, we will stand down on the protest and postpone pending A, B, C, and D. But before they got to the offices, the government had already deployed people at the offices. They had already deployed people, and even the people who were supposed to come from West Point and Newport and Clarendon, all these places, they could not converge on the offices.
So what was Matthew at the time?
The guys were in the office. So what the government people did, that people had come in to barricade them from entering the offices because they wanted to go in there and search and do whatever. They started deploying tear gas to the people who are gathered in front of the offices, and that's how everything went haywire, because now the people felt provoked. But the plan was to call off the protest. There was not going to be a protest, except that they had no way of getting to the people to send that message out before.
So the progressives didn't incite the population?
No, the people. I don't call that incitement. What it did was to open the eyes of our people, to sharpen the contradictions.
Yeah. Well, you got to go quick for yourself. You got
to talk about what is possible. What your government is supposed to do.
There were a lot of
at the time. I tell you this. The population that was ruling the government were about less than 5%. The people who had complete control of the government, and the other 90-something%, we live in abject poverty. We were denied access. And so they were there educating the people. This is your right. This is how you challenge the government. You can go to court. You can do this. You can do sit-ins. You can do this. There's a lot of ways you can challenge the government. That's the political education that was going on.
Where were you?
The
PRC
guys, I believe they got some of the education. I think you remember Doe was saying there was one time in the class when Sawyer was teaching. So those guys, every opportunity they had, they would spring on and teach political education.
Where were you that day, Mr. Dangwe?
I told you already. I was in Yekipa on the day of April 14th. I was not in Monrovia.
Okay, you're not in town. Okay,
I was not in town.
And the reason why I was trying to push this, we'll get back quickly to why they left government, right?
Well,
But
I mean, I have to leave you guys, so I'll join you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
We got 8 minutes. We got 8 minutes. We'll be
the guys,
Thank you.
we're preparing for tomorrow Friday. The guys actually, we can say this is progressive, and sometimes maybe I would say you may not like it, and I know you can get slow to anger over these things.
No, I'm listening to you.
And to the extent that when someone disagree with me on this show, you actually don't right, so that's wrong. So my way back there and I say, well, they want to get it, and so you hunting me for it. I said something. And let me say to you, I respect you a lot, but we differ on the substance. And what you don't want to agree to is that this.
Victor, you remember I told you when they say I like you a lot, you know where coming, right?
I know, right? But yeah. We differ on the substance.
You come and kick you in the face.
We differ on the substance. But my point is that the progressive themselves, they didn't really seek. They were not seeking the interest of the people. Listen, if we went back to the
explain that a little further.
They didn't seek the interest of the people. Now, all of these all the people who educated them, now Turbo educated most of the boys.
Yes.
The very men.
No, but they're not taking money from his pocket. He used the government money to educate them.
They didn't portray that kind of a tendency. But they were trying to push this man as though the man was not. They was the only conduit to help our democracy to flourish. Turbo was the exact person to move the country forward. He started spending to expose it.
The problem with that, Sylvester. You're very right. The Chipo, all of them were educated. Chipo was Robert Chesson, they were educated by these people. But the problem was, and you're listening to me?
I'm getting you.
They wanted us to wait for our time. And the question was, when is going to be our time?
When you are ready, but you are not ready.
Listen,
no, I think you were ready before I was ready.
How do you tell when someone's
ready?
No,
but listen, it was almost straight ahead. I come in people sorry to cut you off. Listen,
how do you get a person ready? Amen.
For 27 years,
how do you get a person ready?
Okay, come in. For 27 years, one man had a dominance over the country. He left, the people waited till he divine intervention, he was taken out of it. Talbot took over, and everybody agrees that he was effecting the change. He was extending it out. He was giving.
Everyone that agreed.
My man.
But still, you are effecting the change.
Talbot was breaking ranks with his base, even though it was not as fast as perhaps what we wanted. But his approach was a little different from what Tubman had in store for 27 years.
Absolutely.
So when the guys agitated based on the fact that Tubman was agreeing, okay, we can have multi-party something, let's register a party, let's get a pressure group. I think it needed time to get there. It needed time. With time, we would have got it. So since we rush it, we killed Tubman, we took over the country.
So let me tell you this.
1980, the guys go to government, nothing.
Your analysis are flawed. First of all, your assumption
very flawed.
Your assumption is that the progressive
boys are attacking.
Your assumption is that
listen, like 1 minute. You remember when you remember when Joe Weah came to power?
Oh, my man, that's Joe Weah.
Listen. When Joe Weah wanted to roll, what they tell him, they say, it's not your time, go to school.
But that was true.
When he came back, they said, no, it's not that. Go start somewhere and work.
But they were all good steps.
The opposition, the oligarch, those that are in power, will never tell you it is your time. Your time is not determined by the oligarch. You take your time. That's how it works. You don't sit there and say, when is my time for the, you think they will tell, Joseph Boakai will tell you, say, you hear what the man said? For the next 200 years, it will not be your time. So you sit there and wait for your time. Your
And I reminded you here again about Chipo, justice delay is justice denied. This is what
absolutely
coming from. And the assumption you're making, Ahmed, is that progressives engineered the coup. That is wrong. That's a faulty assumption. We had nothing to do with the coup. The guys who made the coup were very different from the progressive community, Simon Doe and his group. But we are grateful that they went and liberated our guys from jail, and they invited them to serve with them in the government.
You guys are grateful. You're grateful eventually. You're not part of it, but you're grateful.
Oh, of course, if you're in jail and somebody bring you out of jail, wouldn't you be grateful?
What's your name on WhatsApp?
My name?
Yeah, you on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, it's funny.
Huh?
Yeah, but
in a chat group, they go there, click on my name. Let me send you a direct message.
The point I'm trying to push here is that the progressives supported the whole coup thing.
No,
they
will
be difficult. They
will
always
wrong.
deny it.
That is wrong, Sylvester.
They will always
That
deny
is
it.
wrong.
That's part of the reason why
that is wrong.
Look,
when the coup happens, they realize the guys they needed help.
50% of the cabinet, 50% of the cabinet from the beginning were all members of the progressive.
Yes.
50% of the cabinet were members of the progressive. And they placed them in strategic position. The dean of the cabinet was a progressive. The minister of education was a progressive. The minister of planning and economic affairs, progressive. I will go back. Education, progressive. I mean, so foreign affairs, progressive. What's the thing? So the reason what I'm saying, listen, the progressive just try to believe that they were so intellectually based, they will fool the rest of the country to say, hey, we didn't know about this, but they orchestrated this. And the reason why I'm saying this to you is that Tauber, and the justification Tauber gave, Mr. Gaiman, you or not, because he support our whole tendency too. But the justification Tauber gave, are you not ready? Tauber was the most first and foremost thing to prepare you. I will send you to school. He started educating them. Good. You started coming back. He started making some changes. He started parting ways with the way Tubman. Had Tubman still remain in power, you will hear any progressive thing?
But define for me, Sylvester. Define
you hear any progressive thing?
No, define for me what is that. When you say not ready, I want you to tell me what you mean when you say not ready. Tell me what it means.
I will get that quickly. And I said this. I said this. Yeah. And I said this. Listen, it's fine. You know they're going to hate you just now. He hate it. Had Tubman remain in power, you are going to clamp down on you people, you guys. He hate it.
Let me send it one to Pee Wee.
Gaiman is a human, and they're hating just now. Because Tubman was going to get all of you guys in jail perpetually. He would have done it.
The time has changed.
But what I'm saying is
let
Tauber said, I will educate these boys, and eventually they will come and will give them. Listen, if we're not going to be a little bit patient and wait for that ball, that's very educated man.
Pee-wee.
Smart man.
Pee-wee.
That they will have helped transform our country. But we didn't listen.
Pee-wee.
Shame on
Pee-wee. If we have allowed the system to stay, or Joseph Boakai would never be president in the Republic of Liberia.
He would have been president.
Johnson Sally would never be president.
And you will never be assistant minister of foreign affairs. I can guarantee you that.
I will have been minister of foreign affairs.
Now we play Monday morning quarterback. But guys, listen, it was great. Let's get ready for tomorrow. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to go. See you tomorrow. I'll send you guys a little bit of write up your read on it, and then tomorrow we'll continue.
Yeah, and I will need some information for you. You have to tell me that. I needed to know. You went to Basel High School, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Basel High is about almost 199 years now, right?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I need information on that. I want to need to. When were their first?
I sent it to you already.
Yeah, I need the information. I need. When was their first graduation, and how many graduations they have had now since the 99 years?
Ooh.
That's something I needed to talk to you on that.
Okay, yeah. We began as the Hasa Academy, which was an all boys academy for leadership.
Yeah.
So all the guys were all social science, law. That was it. The Arthur Grant School of Law. That was it. Economic, political science, law. That was it. That's all we did. So then 1925, they turned it over from the Episcopal Diocese to the people, Grand Bassa County. They changed it from
so
the Academy.
They have more than 60 graduations now?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I want you the exact number.
Yes. I will do the research and send it to you.
Okay.
I got even the first graduate. I got the first graduating class. I can get it here. It is a quite a.
Yeah, if we get it first, then we'll know the rest. We'll know which year was the first.
Yes.
Anyway, during the war, it was. During the wartime, there was any time they suspended school.
No, I don't think they taught my high school. Those big schools, where did they stop going to school during the war?
Maybe the heat of it, then they stopped. But I don't think.
I don't think so. Did they stop going to school? I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll check, see whether I was suspended briefly.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. See you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
That's a really tricky fact for John Bolton to have to navigate now. So there's the immediate impression that you refer to, the fact, the allegation in the indictment that he or his representatives failed to indicate to the FBI any concern about the information that might have been hacked from his system. Certainly didn't say that he had a bunch of classified information on that system, but it also serves to prove the government.
He said that he dictated them fresh, usually late the same night. He wrote
also want to have the same power as you do. People will listen and bow to me. And you will never come close to me or my position. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're asking me to do? You can never be the queen of this land. There's only